Alright, welcome in everyone. I don't know why, I was once again amused by how many buttons I have to hit all across my desk to start stream. I don't know why, it's not actually amusing, but just have to hit one button on one stream deck, another button on my other stream deck, and then my Wavell XLR, all the buttons. Anyways, that was random. But yeah, welcome in everyone. I hope you are having a good day today. I'm excited. We're playing more Our Life. We should be actually finishing it up today. All we have left is the wedding DLC. So that's what we're doing today. The stream will probably last however long that DLC lasts. I don't know how long it is. So it could be a short stream, could be a long stream. I don't know. We'll find out. Either way though, it's gonna be a very fun stream. I'm so excited because I love this game so much. So let's just jump right in and get started. It's just basically saying where it is in the timeline. Okay. How much? Let's just go kind of neutral middle initiative. A nice balance in the middle. Yay, let's go. Ooh. This is a nice office. I always get so distracted by the rooms. It's like I must snoop on all the rooms. Anyhow. Side by side on a purple dyed faux leather couch. Wow, I am doing great with the reading so far this morning. We'll see how long it takes my reading brain to wake up. Okay, try this again. And there we go. Side by side on a purple dyed faux leather couch. I don't know how I feel about a purple leather couch. That seems odd, but also kind of nice. Anyways, my brain is so random this morning. Okay, let's focus and actually read. Okay. Side by side on a purple dyed leather faux couch, you sat with your husband, Cove. The air in the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfumed, though luckily it was a demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently blowing the scent around the room. It was the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. For some people, it would make a difference either way, like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You could feel him trembling, and hear the squishing noise the couch made each time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kind of matters, and the other came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area, and this office belongs to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion: weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. Legally, you already were married, but you'd wait to have a full-blown occasion for it, with a ceremony, reception, and everything. I don't know. All the things. Felt totally natural, like no big deal. Focus on being in for Cove. I don't know. All the things. Felt truly content, overflowed with thrilled energy. You know, let's just focus on being concerned for Cove. We're just gonna put our mixed emotions aside and just focus on him, because I don't know which one to pick. And it's a good answer, so. You couldn't help doting on him with how overwhelmed he was. The saving grace was that getting you... The saving grace that was getting you through was knowing that this meeting should be straightforward. Introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only some basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Okay, this is already sounding like stressful. So much to do. I mean, not that I don't like planning things. I enjoy planning things. But I don't know, for some reason the thought of the whole team behind it. Maybe I'm just not awake yet. I'm just too lazy to want to walk around things. I struggled to go to the mailbox this morning. That's how much I didn't want to do anything. So maybe I'm just feeling lazy this morning. Before setting up the appointment with the planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set the wedding in or at least near Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you had gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistance. All the planning was going to be great. Or planning a day with Cove as a team was something you're looking forward to. Yeah, I'll do that one. Oh, you're gonna be so pretty. Cove caught your mind wandering away from you, and the corners of his mouth lifted encouragingly. His second hand reached over to clasp both of yours and his first. That was kind of a weird way to say that, but I think I get it. The metallic sensation pressed into your skin. A metallic sensation. I can't talk yet. Okay, wake up, tongue. A metallic sensation pressed into your skin. The engagement ring securely on his left finger. I just realized the other thing about not being able to read is like, I'm a writer. I know how to words, I swear. I just can't always physically word. I can mentally word, usually. I better be able to mentally word later, because I need to get some writing done. Anyways, side note. Okay. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned to smile back. Here we are. Here we are. It's really happening. His fingers squeezed your hand deeper into his hold. I'm not really good with, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like, it's gonna be amazing. It has to be, because it's with you. Aww. And hopefully only panic a moderate way, or moderate amount along the way. No, not that one. I'll just say I completely agree. It was such a kind sentiment, but it was the truth for the both of you. And then there was a series of quick nods. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another.
Huh?
Come in? In response to Cove's words, the shiny wood door off to the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark gray hair was swept to the side, and his neckline was distinct. What did I just read? And on his neck was a distinctive mole. My brain's just making up words now. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync.
Hallelujah.
I do quite like his voice, but sometimes I forget how deep it is, and it always catches me off guard. Anyways, hello, Baxter. Love would have been a lie if you two dolls had broken up. Cove stared while frozen in place, a deer in the headlights, his mouth open, then closed again soundlessly. Yeah, that's seems like the reasonable response. I did not expect to see him here, which is cool though. Wait, he matches the sofa. I guess he likes purple. The former tourist stepped into the room while chuckling.
That's wonderful.
I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. His style choice might have changed, but you realized how the design of the rug might not have been an entirely arbitrary choice. It's exciting to see it was really him. You could only feel shock and disbelief. I mean, that's exciting. I mean, we didn't get to know Baxter very well, but it's kind of nice that we know who we're working with at least a little bit. This was an incredible, unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years.
I know.
Yeah, it has been. Cove dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he hadn't, or if he wasn't still in disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of the both of you, and as a wedding planner of all things. Your wedding planner. What happened? Do you have an explanation for it? Well, as professionally as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tips of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it faced you completely as he continued the reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined the great wide career world, grew up, and learned some more. I'm still learning. Well, that was kind of a vague generic answer, but thank you. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat and rested his chin against the propped up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. It's starting to sound like a greeting card, but okay. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive gesture of his free hand. It was impossible to tell if the sarcasm was purely in response to Cove's own sharpness or if there was something else. Even Cove raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was giving, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. And we'll just leave it as is. He straightened back up and took a pause to smooth out his jacket.
Now?
That's my introduction taken care of then. I mean, that wasn't much of an introduction, but okay. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married. Congratulations. You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. Of course, if Baxter never found out, there's no other reason why he would have. You didn't see him in person after it happened and never had a good chance to bring it up. How did the engagement happen? It must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I left town before I could find out. Cove clears his throat with my tongue is not awake. Cove clears his throat in an attempt to distract him from his own embarrassment.
Well,
actually, remember that night near the end of your vacation in Sunset Bird? We said goodbye and everything then. Yes, I remember that evening. Sometimes it feels like it was only yesterday. Cove's level of humiliation continued to rise as he struggled to finally get Baxter back into the loop after so many years. Okay, cool. Well, me and June went to the Poppy Hill after that to hang out, and he proposed to me.
What?
The timing of your engagement genuinely stunned Baxter, causing him to drop his normally unflappable poise. He leaned forward enough to make his chair roll back. You got engaged that night I was still there? It was dawn when it happened, but yeah, you were still in the condo. Cove's reply was still sheepish, almost apologetic, but he said it without hesitation. With an amused shake of his head, Baxter rested back against his seat. You don't let anything stop you, huh, June? I can commend that. You've been engaged a long time. Oh, we are married. Legally, I mean. It's only a ceremony and party with family and everyone that we're here to set up.
Understandable.
That makes sense. Engaged and married. It's all gone by. I missed a lot. Now I kind of feel bad for not hanging out with Baxter more. It's fine though. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tapped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cove, satisfied. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one to remember. Cove's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what that was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I'd like you to. Cove quietly yelped. It was unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. Oh, I mean... I think I could do it well. I can do it right. And there are very few weddings I'd like to see go off like a chime than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. You and Cove faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his brow shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cove spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cove brought his torso up to its full height and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. Since this is actually the reality that exists now, I got a question for you, Baxter. Yes? Cove's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Okay, that's cute. Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with a clap of his hands. Of course, always. That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need them.
I'm here if you need me.
I understand completely. I'm here for you, and you as well, June, if there's a need. We'll say... I guess we'll do with you wearing a good dancer and you can use the guidance. Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, I'd like that. Got it. That works for me. Now... He shifted closer in the rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him look a lot like the teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details. Which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket. But I'm going to have to ask you quite a few questions.
All right.
So am I. To start, what's your surname? Did it change after the marriage? Yeah, it did. We both use Holden now. Good to know. June and Cove Holden. Very nice. Cove straightened up against the back of the couch. You could practically hear his heart pounding over your names being said as one that way. It still had that impact on him. Aww. It made you giddy too. The raise of Baxter's eyebrows revealed his amusement at your reaction to what to him was probably something mundane. But he was happy for you rather than mocking. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom, it can be written whichever way you like, honestly. Oh, he's so cute. Can I be a groom? Yes, Cove, you can be whatever you want to be.
Of course.
Of course, it's your day. I'm a groom too. Yes. Wonderful. Two grooms for a couple of the wedding. Baxter flipped open a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an idea of scale? Only an estimate. It doesn't have to be a complete guest list. And even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept the RSVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance.
Oh!
Cove stepped off the cloud nine he had been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch of Baxter's office. For sure there's going to be our parents, 4 of them, Jun's sister and his aunt, uncle, and cousin. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We'll have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You're still friends with Miranda and Terry. That's wonderful. Yeah. You nodded agreeingly as Cove filled Baxter in. You and Cove continued to come up with family members, friends, professional relations, and the like to make an estimated size of the wedding. All the while, Baxter jotted down the information like an attentive student sitting at the front of the class. And of those who you most want to expect to be there, would any of them make up wedding parties, or is everyone a normal guest? I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't 100% know what that means. I've been to like 2 weddings in my life. Okay, I think I've been to like 4, but I only remember 2 of them. The others were when I was really little. I'll just go with we hadn't really planned on something like that.
Right.
Hey Gonzalo, welcome in! And yes, we are doing the wedding DLC. So it should be quite fun. But yeah, how you doing? Welcome in. I hope you are having a good day. Right. Everyone there is just someone we want there. Understandable.
So,
On the topic of guests and that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it so only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have a mic open for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. Oh boy, all this stuff to do. I don't know. I guess we'll do... Let's do more coordinated. I feel like it'd be nice to have some specific people talk. Yeah, we'll do a level of coordination.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Do you have names for the guests giving speeches? Let's do... Why do all the parents and anyone else? Sister, maybe? Yeah, time to pick people you trust and who won't totally embarrass you. Which is why it's very hesitant to pick the sister, but at the same time, we'll do that. Okay. So just like all the close family. Cousin, maybe? I feel like we're gonna be listening to people talk forever, so we'll just go with that. Cove made small noises of acknowledgments as you answered the question. I'd like it if Terry could too. Okay, I'm fine with that, because I was considering Terry. So yes, we'll go with that idea. Good. He continued along casually, accepting all your input. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves for custom vows? I read that weird. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves for custom vows? Just remember it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh, I'm definitely making one. I had custom vows in mind. Are you okay with that, Cove?
Of course.
There's a lot I could say, and I'm gonna be really nervous either way. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled. Or as he smiled at you so sweetly. You were feeling butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said. Aww.
Lovely.
Just lovely. And that is highly personal, so you each can work on them privately outside of our appointment. I know, he's so adorable. I love him so much. Baxter relaxed back into his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved widely. It was a look that made Cove nervous. You could feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's try to talk. Let's talk a little more about traditions and wedding norms.
To be honest,
We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asked not to get splattered with cake or for whatever else, and the other one does exactly the opposite simply because they think it's funny, I'll personally see to it that your marriage ends. If you can't treat your partner and their boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as a spouse. I mean, that was a little blunt, but you're not wrong. Now, I sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard.
in that case,
With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or the reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. The cake should just be for eating, valid. Want to smash some cake? Hope you can smear it on me too? That's such a mess. Nah. Definitely don't want anything to happen with cake. It should be just for eating. I like to do a proper cake cutting with Cove without all the mess. I guess we'll do that. I like to do a proper cake cutting with Cove without all the mess.
Sure.
Yeah, we can do that. Cove crossed his arms with a prudent nod. The longer he chewed on that idea, the more his lips tugged into a bent smile. And that means we can focus on what's important. Eating cake. Yes, Cove. That is what's most important. Very well. Yeah, cake. Now I want cake. Well, okay. Sort of. I'm actually not hungry, but it's been a while since I had some good cake. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That's another important detail done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony next.
I can do that.
I can arrange for a standard justice of the peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else that you have in mind, please send me their contact information. Preferably right away. I can work things out with them, so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure what to say, Cove glanced over at you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. Oh. We'll go with I do have a certified figure in mind that we could ask. Without another thought, Cove nodded.
Right.
You're way ahead of me here. Let's go with whoever you want. Wonderful. Text me their info. Text me their info after our meeting, and we'll get everything sorted out.
Very well.
Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive to the ceremony? So many questions. Will one come in first and then the other come down the aisle, or perhaps you both want to enter together? I wasn't thinking about how many questions and decisions there would be in a wedding planning DLC. Okay. I think let's have Cove walk down the aisle. Because then also he doesn't have to like stand at the front. I feel like that might make him a little too nervous. I feel like it would be easier if he's the one walking down. So we'll do that. Is that okay, Cove? You would? Cove's jaw hung open while every inch of his skin grew red. Your suggestion stunned him completely. Of course, it'd be a sight to behold. Look at that face. So cute. That confession put a sweet, wobbly smile on Cove's face. He then closed his eyes and let a shy laugh rattle through his chest. I could probably handle that distance without my legs giving out from under me. You're so cute. You laughed, imagining and tripping down the aisle. I mean, it could happen. I could see it. So many good options. Let's go with... honestly, let's go with the thank you. You don't have to thank me for that. I just hope you don't regret it. What if I mess it up? Oh, you'll be fine. As long as you're there, there's nothing you could do that would mess anything up. Cove breathed a quiet sigh. He believed you wholeheartedly. Thanks, June. You don't have to thank me. Okay.
Oh,
Wait. If I'm the one walking, does that mean I can have someone come with me?
Yes.
You can definitely do that. Who were you thinking? I think it'd be nice if I could have my mom with me. Oh, that would be so cute. Yes. I think that's a perfect idea. I do. That's a brilliant idea. June's right. That's a splendid plan. Cove's face was a shade pinker from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You were too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention.
Does that sound alright?
Oh, and are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It's possible to skip that. Should we let Cove answer? I feel like we've been answering a lot of the questions. Sure, we'll let Cove answer. Cove answered, explaining how you would exchange rings. We were thinking that was going to happen. We already got rings for it.
Of course.
We can easily save a moment for that in your ceremony. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just the wedding bands during the wedding. Really? Is that a thing people do? I did not know that. Thanks. You couldn't help picture the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. They were, black? That's cool. I would have never thought to get black, but I kind of like that idea. I mean, the engagement rings are already gold, so maybe we'll mix it up with black. Yeah. Let's go with black ones. A V-shaped band? A round band. I'm not quite sure what a V-shaped band means. Do we want... I don't know. A black V-shaped band sounds cool. I can't quite picture it, but it sounds cool. They were incredible, but before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again.
So,
do either of you want to have a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cove's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cove realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. I don't know. Oh no, I do feel like Cove with like a bouquet of poppies would be really cute though. But I don't think we need them. There may be flowers around, but I don't think I want to hold flowers. Yeah, no, I don't need one. Are you both positive? Silently, you held Cove's eye. You nodded, certain with your decision. He turned back to Baxter. We're good on the flowers. Okay, we'll nix all further talk of bouquets then. Baxter's gaze lifted from his notes. Marvelous. That's about all the basics sorted out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but from there you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular tradition that you'd like to have, you're welcome to let me know.
Don't worry about it.
I don't have things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want to be whatever June hopes for.
Charming.
June? Keep it simple. I don't know what a lot of these are. I'll just gotta keep it simple. Yeah, keep it simple. Everyone gathered together, that's all I really need. Of course, it'll be straightforward but still lovingly refined. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well, so that's the ceremony. Now any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing throughout the evening, but I will need to know if we should schedule any particular kinds of dance, such as a first dance between only you and Cove at the start, for example. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks and try that again. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks, and when he felt overwhelmed, Cove's gaze dropped to the floor.
Well,
only if you're good with it. I would want to have a first dance. Yes, exactly. So yes, I would want to have a first dance with you too. Cove perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. I don't want anything else. Yeah, I was just going, you're looking forward to that moment with Cove. I mean, we'll probably dance with everyone else, but I don't think we need to like schedule a specific time to dance with everyone else. His arms were the only ones you wanted to be in. A thrilling tingle crept up your spine, making you feel restless. You eagerly waited to leap into the future already. All I need is that dance with Cove. Cove struggled to find his voice. Oh, Jun, you're all I need to. Then it's settled. Baxter continued to keep track of details by jotting it down on paper. He kept up with the pace of the conversation, with words and writing easily. Oh, and speaking of the ceremony and reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that'll be something I'd recommend perhaps to a travel agent for. Or, honestly, arranging between only the two of you without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at the caveat.
Sure.
We'll handle that. While we're here, it's just about the day of. I get it. Fantastic. Now back to the wedding. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal, casual? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the ceremony, or would you prefer picking that out together? I'm not sure. And also, what about hair? I can let my hair down so it could be fancier, though if that's not important, I could keep it the same. I quite like your hair as it is, Cove. It's very pretty. But it would probably be pretty however you style it, so whatever. Good question. They're asking me what I think. I considered the series of inquiries and responded by saying, we could do something in between formal and casual. Yeah, that's what we want. Not like super duper formal, but also not casual. Something between formal and casual. Yeah, cool. Also, this is a hard question. I like both options. I feel like picking out the outfits together. Because like surprises are fun, but you also kind of want to coordinate. Yeah, I'd feel a lot better if we helped each other get outfits for the wedding. Yeah, let's go with that. Don't worry about it. I can be there for sure. Ah. Fancy hairstyle, normal. I mean, that is true. His normal hairstyle is perfect, but it would be cool to see him with fancier hair. But I might make him choose. Do whatever you want with your hairstyle. Yeah, you do whatever you want. You're gonna look great either way. Okay, I'll figure it out. Look how determined he looks. Excellent work. I know this has been a lot of Q&Aing. There's much to consider for this big of an event. Then Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket it had come from. He ran his now free hands along the smooth inside edges of his jacket.
Thank you.
Thank you two for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward to the next meeting when we can truly get into the specifics.
Oh?
That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the actual session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off, despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He had gotten so into the discussion of the wedding he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a while, but that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cove followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. You shook it. He grinned while giving your hand one satisfying shake. It's great that you're Baxter. No, we are not saying that. That's just too cheesy. I'll just say have a good day.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today, June. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks, and same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The two men released the other's hands, settling their agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. The pop and subsequent click of the opening and closing of car doors played out in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant and had an upward bend that made it sound like a question.
So
that went well? Before you could respond to the not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new, actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the steering wheel and peeked at you through the reflection in the overhead mirror. Just hope he doesn't suggest a monochrome color scheme. As long as he's grown out of hitting on both of us, it should be fine. I think he'll do a good job. Right, Baxter will do wonderfully.
you're right.
Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city streets of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove, are you okay? His mood easily drifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're married. Aww. Sometimes I still can't believe we're even together, and then it just hits me that we're seriously married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. Not really. Aww. Uh, yeah, I'll say I feel the same way about it. His cheeks squished at his try again. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Finally, the lack of words felt right between the two of you. You took the chance to let the day sink in as best you could. After all the years you'd known Cove, you now were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then suddenly the day had ended and you were drifting off to sleep in Cove's arms. Before you could progress any further, you needed to cross one of the most important details off the list. Asking if Kira would do the aisle walk. That was the goal for that day. Despite the nervous energy fluttering in your stomach, you were already anticipating the phone call planned. Peeking over at Cove, you hoped he was too.
Are you okay?
Are you doing alright, June? I have high hopes for today, and that's scary. But otherwise, I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. His grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax the stiffness in his pose. Tense, but good. Better than good, really. I'm excited. Me too. Every time you imagine the conversation you'd have today, it boiled down to the same feeling: joy. Cove would be asking his mom, and you just couldn't wait to see how she'd take the news. With a determined stare, Cove pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you were on your way. While Cove drove, you pulled your own phone out and scrolled through your contacts list. The job would have to be done long distance, so you turned the speaker up for Cove's sake. Staring at Kira's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple rings. Hello, June, and hello, baby. Hi, Mom 3.
Huh?
Hi, Mom. How'd you know I was here?
Come on.
When are you ever far from June, especially with what's been happening lately? Good point. Yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good, really good. June and I actually have something that we want to ask you. Oh, I'm all ears. Not wanting to lose the nerve he'd built up, Cove simply blurted the question right out. Would you walk me down the aisle? There was a few moments of complete shock, but when she finally could speak again, it was with elation. Yes. Walking my baby boy down the aisle it'd be something very special. I'll be there. Aww. Cove's heavy sigh of relief was followed directly after by a tearful sniffle.
I'm so glad.
Thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, we have to keep going with more planning, but we'll talk to you later, okay?
Makes sense.
Good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both again soon. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cove was elated when you entered the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list.
All right.
Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of a wedding to plan for. Right. A new day and another visit to your new wedding planner came down the rushing river that was your life at this time. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots as the appointments prior, but there wasn't any of the initial shock. Instead, things started off with a simple greeting.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to both of you. I hope you're excited for this. You gave a firm nod. Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation.
Me too.
Well, He pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in a fluid motion. My company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But there's the meal catering, cake, and any other desserts you want. We definitely need at least a cake. With you around, we probably need 2 cakes. Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption, unbothered. I'm sure you'll get your treat then. Along with those are the outfits for you both. And you'll naturally need to decide where the ceremony or reception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we could always start with the dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding's gonna be is pretty important to get done, but on the other hand, it's such a big thing, it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his head back and forth, mentally working through his opinion on the matter. Baxter watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it back up. June, any thoughts for your husband? Could we go clothes shopping? That sounds like fun. Well, the venue is important. But I kind of want to go clothes shopping. Venue or clothes shopping? We should probably do venue. Or we could go clothes shopping. No, we should probably do venue. Because kind of everything else depends on the venue. So yeah, we could decide the venue now. It shouldn't be put off longer.
Yeah.
Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you.
Absolutely.
Alright, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up to his chin as if afraid, but he nodded his assent. Don't worry, Cove, I'll take care of it. It'll be so much less stressful once we have this figured out.
Alright.
June's right, we should decide this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do it. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you rage yourself for such a critical discussion in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area, which used to be private locations but have since opened up, specifically for wedding ceremonies, for any couple who'd like to make use of them. Naturally, there are also plenty of commercial locations which can easily host a full-size after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or if you'd prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. Ooh, a beach wedding. That could be nice. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. But could Cove stay out of the water long enough? That's the question. You could go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location, but there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continued to smile wryly. But I don't wish to get carried away in preamble. Where would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing one word, the hand which he'd held in air now propping up his chin. Okay. I mean, it doesn't exactly matter which one we grab first, I suppose. Let's see, we glanced over Cove, curious to see what he was thinking. Cove picked up on your prompt immediately. Oh, then if nobody cares, I'd like to talk about the location for the ceremony. Cove bit his lip as he weaved his fingers together on his lap. When he spoke again, his voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited about. Aww. Gladly. He relaxed back into his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extricating his pen with the other.
I can do that.
I brought photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at his screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. So there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, mosque, or synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cove's eyes started over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own ideas for places. Baxter nodded amiably.
Certainly.
What do you have in mind?
Well...
He was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. Is the Poppy Hill? Oh, that would be so cute! Possibly not the most convenient location, but that would be quite cute. You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck. With its starring role in your shared story, it made sense. Cove, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He was clearly pleased to see that you'd been happy with the suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. It's where we first met.
That's sweet.
He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Cove's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. It's rather small and round. Cove deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind your guests having to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We could still set up a simple ceremony there. Cove chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. The confidence had been restored to him. Having Baxter take his suggestion seriously and even offering ways to accommodate it had helped put Cove at ease. He then checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there's another option.
Does that sound alright?
I know of a bigger, flatter field of those flowers in the Sunset Bird area. It would be spacious enough to have a full setup there.
Oh!
That would probably be better. Plus, then it kind of keeps the hill more our like private special spot. So I think, yeah, that would be better. Cove's eyes lit up in recognition. I know the one you mean. His expression turned dreamy and he lowered his voice to a whisper. It's a beautiful place. He was reminiscing about that day years ago when you'd taken him there as a surprise. You recalled it vividly, from how Hardy tried to surprise you to the way you turned the tables on Cove that morning and brought him to the white field of poppies. Yeah, this is a good location. We should do it here. Thinking on it made your heart swell, the passion from that day stirring once more. Your younger self had longed to make Cove happy. You were glad that they'd succeeded. Looking at Cove, his expression was tender. You could see that the victory continued to this day. Very nice. Then Cove jolted in his seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in the Redwoods Forest? Oh, that would be so pretty! Oh, a wedding in the forest. That sounds nice. Even though it's kind of further away, it's an amazing place to be in. He drew his feet in close to the sofa as he looked down, growing shy. We've made some special memories there. Baxter nodded cheerily. It is an option for certain spots. We could get it set up, if you wanted. Cove grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so that you could see the palms of each hand.
Well,
Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me what's standing out most for you. Okay. The poppy field outside the town or the redwood forest. Forest is a little less convenient, but it would be really nice. Poppy field's more convenient. Oh, this is a hard choice. Poppy field outside town or redwood forest. I'm kind of leaning towards the forest. Oh, I don't know. Oh, this is so hard to choose. The poppy field outside town's a good option too. Because the forest is kind of far away. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. I'm being indecisive. Let's do... Oh, let's do... Oh, this is so hard to decide. I'm probably overthinking this also. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Well, I decide we're gonna take a quick break. We've been streaming for an hour already. That went by really fast. So we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go refill my water and try to decide which option I want to pick. So yeah, feel free, get up, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, stay here and hang out, whatever you want. We're gonna take a quick ad break. I'm gonna go get some water and I'll try to decide what I want to pick. So yeah, be right back. Alright, we're back. And I have decided. We're gonna do the poppy field outside of town. The red would be nice, but that would just be so much driving. This one's way more convenient. Baxter made a ring with his finger and a thumb as it gave you an okay sign. It took him a little while to find a good photo. That was fair, since it wasn't a venue that he'd initially suggested, but he soon had his phone turned towards you and Cove for inspection.
I remember.
So pretty. Yeah, that's it. Cove's tone was as gentle as a lazy summer breeze. That's the place June took me to because he wanted to make me happy. Aww. For a moment, he simply gazed at the nostalgic scene with misty eyes. I'll always be thankful for that. I'm so lucky that we still get to be together, and that we'll always be together. I'll never stop trying to make you happy, Cove. That's so cute. It might be a little cheesy, but at the same time. Cove beamed at your response. Slowly, Cove managed to tear himself away from the screen and his thoughts, and he turned to face you. He cocked his head to the side, wanting to know what you were feeling about the prospect. Yeah, let's do it. This one's perfect. Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The poppy field? His wavy brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathy snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're going to have a poppy field ceremony.
Exciting.
He smiled indulgently, like a teacher allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there's still the reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperceptibly as he clicked away to get the information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you could consider, one which is frequently used for dances and another for more formal events. There's also a large room in a historic mansion that could host the reception. It's the same one that I mentioned before. A rather new option is actually the aquarium. We're going to the aquarium, obviously, in the city over, which now has the bandwidth to host private events. Cove's jaw dropped and he uttered a single word.
Seriously?
Really? It'd be in the main display room with the floor to ceiling tanks. We are going there. We don't even need to consider the other options. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who'd be as excited by the option as Cove. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. All at once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider. No, we're going to the aquarium.
Of course.
Or if you want something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And even though you didn't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could also work for reception, so you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities. As the thought struck him, he shifted to face you. What about the country club your mom's a part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up to his tongue.
Right.
They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out. Before you come to a decision, Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Yes, the Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cove opened his eyes again. opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him.
It's doable.
They would absolutely be able to host your reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we go with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I've no doubts that they'll do an excellent job if you choose them, but it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on the knuckles of his left hand. He was still holding his pen and his phone, ready to leap into action.
What do you think?
What's holding the most interest for you right now? We can talk it over. Aquarium. We're doing the aquarium. Baxter held up a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was nearly all it took, and he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. Oh, it's so pretty! He showed a screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bobbed his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, you wondered if he was even aware he was doing it. We obviously have to have the reception here. Because, I mean, he always wanted to be a merman, so we must have the reception underwater. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove. Yes. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell that he was trying to figure out what you were thinking. Yes, this one. I feel like that's gonna work. What do you think, Cove? Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for a reception? Yes, that's what we're doing. His voice lifted at the end as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking that they felt right as a final test. Cove broke into a grin. I think you're right. It would match. It would match with us for sure. You had been holding your breath as Cove mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already begun picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out of you as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting. With the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy imaginings to sharp clarity. The energy radiated off you and onto Cove. He began to fidget in his seat, shuffling his feet as if he couldn't bear to keep them in one place for more than a few moments, while threading his fingers together over and over in his lap. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. The ceremony at Poppy Hill and the reception at the aquarium after. Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the source of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his finger and thumb, and then he smiled.
Perfect.
Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cove spun to face you, his eyes alight with glee. You got your wedding allocations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple and yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept it all at once. You knew where your wedding was going to be. You leaned over to kiss Cove's cheek. Your lips lingered on his skin for a moment. Your lips lingered on his skin only for a moment. Yet Cove was still flustered when you pulled away. The sudden display of affection had caught him by surprise. We'll go with... This is gonna be great. Everything was coming together, better than you could have dreamed, and you couldn't help gushing. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all he could think about was the day that you'd just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the venue options had taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. You would now need to reach out to the location managers and make arrangements, so you could come to the mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of matters right away. Goodbyes followed, and then you and Cove giddily left the office and spilled out onto the street together. It was a great way to end that day's work. You and Cove arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cove's nerves had shot back up to their initial appointment levels. Greetings were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cove to get lost in. Your planner went right to the point. What shall we be doing today? Let's do clothes now. I want to do clothes. I mean, caters are important too, but we're going to do clothes today. Wonderful. He clapped his hands together at the thought.
Well,
I can imagine you'll both look incredible, so I recall that you were both planning on getting your outfits together. Is it a couple's only time, or are there plans for bringing anyone else along? I want my dad to come. He doesn't exactly have the best fashion advice, but he can come along. He's probably gonna be like a blubbering mess half the time and not help with actual picking, but it's fine. We like Cliff. He's just, I don't know if he's actually gonna be useful.
I mean,
I know my mom would want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so you know. Cove shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for Mom to see it on the actual wedding day, though.
of course.
You felt for Cove, familiar with the issue yourself. You could think of a few geographically unavailable people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Geographically unavailable. That's a fun phrase. I don't know why I like that phrase so much, but it's good. Teleporters would make life so much easier. True. But yeah, that for sure will be a fun surprise for her. Or we could send her pictures. I'm tough to do this one though, just because I've thought this so many times. Teleporters would make life so much easier. I'm gonna do it because it's just so valid. Yeah, it would be a lot more convenient. Even though it would have been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, you were sure that no matter what Cove wore, Kira would still be just as excited to see him on the big day. Do you mind my dad coming along? No, it'll be great. I was hoping it could be something special just between you and I, kind of, but I don't mind Cliff being around. You could help, like, carry stuff or look for things or something. We'll say whatever makes you happy, Cove. A small smile crept onto Cove's face. I'll give Dad the heads up so he'll be ready. That's great. There'll be father bonding time. That is true. Or do we want the moms to come? I mean, they would have better fashion advice than Cliff. No offense, Cliff, but I don't trust your fashion advice. But father bonding time would be kind of nice. Hmm. Sure, it'll be father bonding time. Definitely. He scratched the back of his head, unintentionally mussing up his own hair. I don't know anything about wedding clothes. It might be good to have more people to talk to about it. And with that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off on that next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which store or stores you'd like to visit? There are 2 excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but it also has romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. There's also a shop that focuses on suits, pants, skirt suits, they have it. They also have all the relevant additions you're likely to want.
I guess.
I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I'll need to go to the suit shop.
What do you think?
Suit shop.
It's doable.
Well then, I'd say that's settled. Cove nodded, happy with the plan.
Lovely.
You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over to his notebook. On the nearby desk, he clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest up to you, and I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Cove's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up following him. Toodaloo? No. We'll say we appreciate you making this easy for us too. Time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cove were going out for the big shopping trip. The time came for the big shopping extravaganza. You and Cove piled into his old car and drove off, ready for what was to come. There was a pit stop at the old neighborhood to pick up Cliff. Conveniently, he was in the direction of the shops. Cliff clambered into the back seat, happy to have been invited. The 3 of you had a nice drive, the conversation slowly hyping up your destination. Cliff had several interesting suggestions that you assumed were jokes.
Come on.
Cove, you can always borrow my shark tie if you want. I mean, to be honest, Cove could probably rock a shark tie depending on the design, but no. Cove affectionately rolled his eyes on a red light. He had just shot down his dad's idea of a printed t-shirt with a picture of a tux. Yeah, no, see, this is why we didn't come to Cliff for fashion advice. He's just here for a good time. I think I'll be okay, Dad. I completely understand. Maybe it suits June more? No. Up ahead was a very proper fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. Ooh, so snazzy. The door was heavy when you pushed it open. You entered the formal shop and took it all in. Cove followed behind you, blinking at the bright lights of the shop. The floors were slick and shiny. As you ran your shoes over it just right, a squeak would echo through the space. It was unsurprisingly well lit, showing off all the striking prim wares available. Each rack of clothing had its own dedicated spotlights. You shivered a little at the temperature, but it was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers that be try again. You shivered a little at the temperature, but was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers would be trying on well in the location. Cove had made his way to the center of the room and then froze, his eyes wandering all around, his head a swivel. He was clearly intimidated by not only the large amount of available options, but also the classy vibe of the shop. Cliff rubbed the back of his neck as he gave the merchandise a wide berth. Now I remember why I'd never owned a full suit in my entire life. A man in a pressed gray suit and green spotted bow tie approached. He brought a hand up to his chest. That's a fun name. Hello, I'm Thol. Thol? I guess Thol. And I work as an assistant here. How can I help you? I'm Cove and this is June. We're getting married. Cove tucked his head as his face broke into a wide grin.
Well...
We need something to wear to the wedding. Thul perked up as he inspected the two of you. Of course, I'd be thrilled to work together to help the both of you find something. Who would like to be helped first? Oh. Cove stopped shifting around and directed all his focus to you. I guess I'll do it? That's fine with me. Thul sidled up to Cove with a sparkling white smile. What do you want to see today?
Maybe.
A suit with pants and some other stuff? Maybe? Way to be specific. Cove glanced back to you, lost and unsure. We can start with a suit and pants. That'd be good. The two men chatted more. Mostly it was the assistant listing off ideas and Cove waffling around with uncertain answers. Ultimately, Thul measured Cove and then brought out a few pieces of clothing that would hopefully strike the right chord. Cove was torn between sleek black suit pants with a white button-down shirt and a pair of nice white suit pants with a white button-down shirt. You spoke up to say... black pants but the shirt could be a different color? It's okay, either one will be wonderful. Well, yes, that's true, but... let's go with the black ones. Well, we could probably do something a little more interesting than a white shirt. Oh, what color? It's either blue or red. Maybe green. It doesn't help that they aren't showing what colors of these. Because... like what shade of these colors? Because green, no, not green. That'll just be too much green. Oh, but white actually would look good. With the poppies, the white would match the poppies. But a color would be a little more interesting than just a white shirt. Red would probably stand out the most. But blue would probably match Cove's vibe better. And yes, I'm probably overthinking this, but oh well. Red or blue? We could mix them and do purple, but I don't think we want to do purple. I'm kind of leaning towards red. I mean, normally I'd pick red, but maybe blue would be better. Red or blue? Let's see. He does already have a lot of blue going on with his tattoo, so maybe let's go with red. Yeah, and the black pants. Cove happily accepted the feedback, trusting your preference. We're getting there. Cool. He rubbed his palms against the other, finally seeming more optimistic than uncomfortable. You liked his grin. Cove wandered around the room, poking into the various walls and racks. There were only a few more decisions to make. Thul followed him, asking questions and pointing out options. You chimed in if you had an idea. Between the three of you talking, decisions were made. In the end, Cove's final look would have... A white jacket? Let's do a white jacket. So a white jacket like the poppies. A white jacket and a black vest. Yeah. Ooh, tie or no tie? This is a complicated question. Normally, I'd say no tie. But also, ties have their place. We'll go with a tie. With the selections finished up, Bill hung the completed outfit in a dressing room. Now to try it on. Cove nodded uneasily. He disappeared for long enough you started to feel anticipation building in your stomach. Well, that is a very pink red. But that's okay. The rest looks great though. I'm loving the white jacket. Very nice. It took some fumbling around and a bit of muttering, but eventually Cove came out. Probably should have gone with a blue shirt. But also this look suits him. His expression was bashful, blushing in his finery. He was nervous about wearing it, but even more nervous about you seeing it. He started, his idea knocking him out of his embarrassment of being the center of attention. I just remembered, what if I tried having one of those flower things? You know, those flower that get pinned to stuff? A corsage? He grinned when the right words came to him, and he tilted his head towards you, asking for your opinion. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay. He walked over to politely get Thul's attention. He turned away from the jacket, he was sorting and smiled. That's fantastic. Do you need anything else? You saw Cove force himself to not direct his eyes to the floor at the compliment. His cheeks still turned pink. Can I have a corsage? Do you have them? We do. Just follow me. We'll find one you like. Aw, it's so cute. The assistant led Cove over to a corner with different kinds of accessories. When Cove came back, he had a white poppy corsage pinned to his lapel. He let out a stuttering breath and stood up straight for your evaluation. Cove stiffly spread his arms out, letting you get a good view of the suit.
So
how does it look? I mean, it's almost perfect. I'm just not liking that shirt color. It's definitely nice, but I think what we're gonna have to do is definitely nice. But can we change part of it? Because I'm not liking that pink shirt. Sure, what do you want to change? Different shirt. Let's try the blue one. Let's try a blue shirt. And the pants are still good. Cove promptly returned to the dressing room and changed. Yeah, that's looking better. Soon he stood in front of you, presenting the new look. Any better? Yes. But I don't know. I'm still not a big fan of these shirt colors. Let's see what the green looks like. Okay, let's try the green shirt. Yeah, that looks better. I mean, there's a lot of green, but Is that too much green? I like that color better than the others. Sorry, Cove, you're just trying on all the shirt colors. Let me see what the purple one looks like. Okay, I like the purple. Oh. Actually, oh, I'm kind of liking the pink now because it's kind of like his cast when we first met. Okay, hold up. Sorry, Cove, you're going back to the red one. Or, okay, no, let's try the pink one. Let's see what the pink looks like. Yeah, let's go with that one. Pink like the cast when we first met. Yeah, that looks perfect. Flawless, perfection, unbelievable, glamorous. That's a little much. We'll go with you, look incredible. The cut suited him, and you loved how the colors worked for his complexion. Aw, look how cute he is. Cove flushed at your overt approval. He sniffled once before beaming back at you. You're really grown up. Those words were choked as he stared at his son in wonder. Cove peered at himself closely in the floor-length mirror. He ran shaky hands down the front of his shirt. It's smooth. It's smooth. Okay. He stretched his limbs and watched how the clothing laid on him. He wasn't quite posing, but he was definitely running the outfit through its paces. He turned back to you as his fingers tapped on the fabric of his trousers.
Yeah.
This is it. This is what I'm gonna get married in. This is what I'll look like when I'm marrying you. Aww. His excitement hung in the air like a star, bright and full of energy. Yes, it is. This was better than you had hoped when you first walked into the suit shop. No longer was he blushing or hiding. Cove was ready to marry you in this suit. Thole gave a thumbs up to Cove, satisfied at a job well done. Congratulations. After admiring the outfit for a little longer, and Cliff sneaking a few pictures, Cove changed into his normal clothes. He finalized the details with Thole. Thole pulled out a measuring tape and took a few more quick size checks. They'd be used for tailoring the outfit so that it fit Cove like a glove. All the arrangements of getting it paid for and prepared were taken care of as well. With Cove's suit all wrapped up, it was your turn. You turned to the assistant. Are you ready? Yes, thank you. Let's get started. Thole took a step up closer to you. What do you want to wear in terms of basic pieces? Shirt and pants. Roger that. Do you have any colors in mind? Oh, so many color options. Silver? Rainbow? No. I kind of like silver. Let's do... Or bronze? No, let's do silver for the top, and bottom will be black. I can do that. What are you thinking about with style? You hesitated, not sure the best way to explain it. Tell you what, I'll list out some words and you can pick whatever matches your vision best. You nod and listen to him speak, picking the descriptions you liked, one after another as he recited them. Traditional or modern? In between. Shiny. Long sleeved. Unbuttoned jacket, but unbuttoned vest? No, button vest. We'll go with a tie. I like it. Just let me measure you and I'll bring the parts out for you. Phil took out a measuring tape from inside his own suit jacket and took your measurements. I'll be right back. I can reach over and took Cove's hand. Phil's hand was warm around yours and comforting as you waited. He squeezed your hand back, imbuing it with reassurance. Phil reappeared in no time at all with your described outfit draped over his arm. He lifted it up and let the full length of it flow out so you could admire. Or for you to admire. You could definitely say that it had a stylish feel to it.
Oh!
Whoa, people might think that you're doing a photo shoot instead of really having a wedding with that. Now that'll make a splash for sure. Yeah, I think that's good. You're welcome to put it on. Can I bring you anything else? We have plenty of accessories to pair with your set. A crown, a shawl. No, that's a little much. Ooh, cufflinks. Sure, I'll add cufflinks. And flowers. And yeah, that's it. You and the assistant went back and forth over what style and colors you want when accessorizing. You went to grab your accessories while you changed. You stole a glance at Cove, who had sunk deep into his seat. The cushy leather couch had just about swallowed him. He was wired with anticipation, smiling but barely breathing. You shook your head fondly. There were changing rooms in the back, and you closed the polished wood door behind you when you entered. You got into the perfectly pressed shirt and pants. The two-piece laid on you nicely, not overly large or too uncomfortably tight. You checked yourself over before exiting the room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You pushed the solid door aside and stepped back to the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beamed. They'll return to your side and helped accessorize you. The look was finished. The assistant grinned, satisfied. In the mirror, the day you were planning for looked back at you. You in the shirt and pants you'd wear to the ceremony. It felt real. You were excited. You felt like jumping for joy and struggled not to run around telling everyone in the shop how lucky you were to be marrying Cove. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Hey, where did this movie star come from? Cliff elbowed his son with a smile. Cove held his hands over his face, hiding himself rather than blocking you out. He peeked through the gaps between his fingers. His hands weren't able to contain the tears that dribbled from his eyes. Aww. You twisted around, looking back at the mirror. It was the right choice. With your perfect outfit chosen, the only thing left were the details. You had a few more measurements taken, a tape measure recording at every inch so that the shirt and pants would fit you exactly. Payment and pickup for the outfit was also ironed out. You would receive the tailored clothing in time for the wedding. You and Cove got into his car once more. He turned the key and started up the AC. After spending all that time in a cold shop, the outside air was warmer than comfortable. Cliff climbed into the back. He had an accomplished expression on his face. We did it! He spoke as soon as all the car doors were closed, pride in his voice. We really did it. It's wonderful and amazing. Let's go. I can't wait to wear it for the actual wedding.
Me too.
You look fantastic in yours. It's kind of too bad that these are supposed to be one-time clothes. Feeling light, Cove checked his rearview mirror and started to back out. It was time to go. Cove dropped his dad off first at the old neighborhood. Cliff was still in a good mood. Before he left the car, he ruffled Cove's hair.
See you.
See you later, bud. Bye, Dad. You waved at him as he walked into his house. Cove put his car back out of park and continued driving. In the car, with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on the day. You thought back to what you had put together and felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you.
So?
Hello, were you both able to find pieces you're happy with? We did. It was wonderful. Yeah, as it should be. What shall we be doing today? I should probably pick a caterer. Cove brightening enthusiasm was no surprise for you. Food always excited him. Baxter placed his hands on the arms of his chair and lightly tapped it with the tips of his fingers.
In that case...
That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs. But don't worry, I won't get in the way of deciding any details for the menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. After that, the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company, and eventually you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make arrangements with you right away. One phone call and you had scheduled a time to go over the details in person. That included a meeting with the chef too. And as an additional bonus, this would all happen before your next appointment with Baxter. Ah yes, thank you for the hydrate. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help.
See you.
It's my pleasure, of course. I'll await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as he watched you head out the door. Once you were outside the offices, you noticed the little pep in Cove's step. You were both in good spirits. Chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cove eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. Ooh, fancy kitchen. You were led inside the building, past the seating room, and directly to their commercial kitchen. It was sleek, silver, and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cove's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at a sink large enough to be an arm's length deep. She looked over her shoulder and grinned broadly. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing up and swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Cove, she gave a little bow. Hi, I'm the head chef and your caterer. I hear that you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full course meal with a menu tailored to your tastes and requirements. We'll also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses. Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's candor, Cove took the opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom, and my name's Jun, the other groom. I love it. You can call me Rhonda. Okay, hi Rhonda. Nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now I have a little pamphlet that I'm gonna go grab. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster. It's okay, I'm gonna explain everything myself anyway. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arm out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Before you accepted one, Cove turned his around in his or both of you accepted one. Cove turned his around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You studied the one in your hands too. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that's consistent across the board, easy peasy, or we can do up to 2 fully separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Guests will choose between them and we'll prepare as much of both as needed. And it practically goes without saying, but we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if any comes up. For example, a situation where just 1 or 2 people need specific elements left out. We can work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu did you two have in mind? What would I say? I don't know, just one with no specific requirements, I guess. There wasn't anything in particular that you felt you needed to restrict or make a special arrangement for. Your group of friends and family could work with whatever. We'll have a vegan option if anyone wants a vegan option. Turning to Cove, you checked to see if he had opinions on the menu. How does that sound? I'm thinking that we have a good plan going. Great. That's the biggie already taken, but that's not what that says. That's the biggie already done then. Let's keep that ball rolling. Yes, please. At the minimum, there's going to be a main entree in our service, so that's 1 course automatically. And if you're having cake or another dessert, that'll technically be another course for your guests. Although it doesn't count as one of the portions that we offer here. You can go up to 6 courses, the dinner and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at salad, soup, a hot appetizer, cold appetizer, and or a palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? Maybe either 1 or 2 or 3. Let's do 2. That shouldn't be bad. He crossed his arms with a considering look, purveying his expression. His aquamarine eyes met yours and he switched to a smile. I really did want at least one of those other options. 2 courses then? Sounds like it. Do you know what you'd like for it? Let's do... one of the appetizers. Do we want a hot one or a cold one? Let's do a hot appetizer. Perfection. This will be tasty. Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it very mild, or we can easily push the spice levels up. Let's do generally medium. That works. Maybe there could be sauces on the table for people to add even more on their own. Can do. Your lips pulled into a happy smile. Not that you were surprised, but still, you were grateful to have Cove's full support here. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you had all discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about the drinks? Are we just water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water even if you have other options, so don't worry about that. I kind of want all the things. Right now, tea and coffee sounds really good. Let's do mixed cocktails. Those are always tasty. Well, they're not always tasty. They can't always be tasty. The made sense in my head. Let's do let's do mixed cocktails, liqueurs, and tea. Do we want wine? Do we want coffee? I don't think we need coffee. If people want a caffeinated drink, they can drink tea. We will add wine. I guess we could do coffee. Oh, we'll provide coffee for anyone who wants coffee. I think that's it. Then Cove offered his suggestion. Yes, we can have fruit juices too. I was thinking of fruit juices. So yes, Cove, we can have those. You're right, we need juice too. Nodding in agreement, the chef wrote down this latest addition to the menu. Basically, we selected everything. We'll have all the drinks. We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type, meal scale, spice level, and beverage basics. Pleased, Rhonda rolled her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on young Cove with a new, determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Cove smiled nervously at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. He had a sneaking suspicion his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into the specifics such as the main protein, the side ingredients, the style of cuisine the foods would be based on, so on and so on. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually a finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. By the end, Cove appeared just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. But most of all, you were so grateful to have a set menu plan for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you're both settling down for a rest, but just hang on and stay with me a little longer, we're not done yet. Oh, there's something else? Yes, and it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing just plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? The stuff just needs to be on the plate. I mean, I don't really care. We'll let Cove decide. Cove held your eye for a moment. He warmed under your affectionate gaze. Well, I just think it should look nice. Kind of special because it's a special day, but it doesn't have to be crazy fancy. Cove rubbed his arm nervously. His lips pulled into a hopeful smile, and you understood where he was coming from. That works for us. So as I started to talk about way back when, we'll provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have little swirly details around the edges. What do you think of that? Before your Cove could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulder. Ah, wait, give me another sec. I'll grab some stacks. You should see before choosing anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted off deeper into the kitchen. Cove stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. Alright. Sure. Alright, I'll handle it. An abrupt clatter came from the direction she just peered down, and a moment later your caterer had reappeared. She kept her word and had piles of plates balanced in each of her hands. She stepped up to a clear counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them. Perhaps so you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the white. They look like white plates. The two of you looked silently at the collection of completely plain white dinner plates. Ooh, I like those ones. And here's the swirl. They're simple, but elegant. As promised, the white plates you put down did have some swirls on them. That was as much as could be noted on that. Now, what were you thinking? Swirly one. I like the swirly one. Got it. Thanks for humoring me. And because you're getting the hot appetizer course, there's an extra piece to this puzzle. Now, what we could do is just bring it out ahead of the meal and place it in front of each guest in their seats. But that's not our only option. We could have all the appetizers set out on a single table from the very start of the reception, so guests can go over and eat as they please. This is making me hungry. Or we could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle. We'll leave the table option on out. Wow, that sentence did not work. I think it would be best to leave it out on a single table. That way everyone can go at their own pace. Makes sense to me. Righto, that's what we'll do. Thank you. And now you can breathe, we're done. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad we have that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 2-course double menu, mildly spicy food that your guests will be talking about for years to come, I promise. Neat. One last quick question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cove's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall and take a left to another hall, then a right and you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you two. Thanks again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece, following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with a vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged and exactly the way that you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. Okay. Yeah. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. You glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening.
Hello, folks.
Welcome back. What's on the menu? Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? And now, let's just make myself more hungry by designing a cake. But before we start that, gonna take another quick break. And actually, I might go grab a quick snack because I'm like really hungry now. So yeah, we're gonna take another quick ad break. Feel free, get up, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, stay here and hang out, whatever you want. But I'm gonna go grab a quick snack and maybe some more water. But yeah, so quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes to continue with this story. So yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had like a very quick, like half a peanut butter sandwich. So maybe now my stomach won't start rumbling because it felt like it was about to. And then I'll have a proper meal later. Okay. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he'd register your choice. Beside you, Cove's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself.
Yeah.
Good idea, June. I'm definitely ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, eliciting an adoring chuckle that slipped out. Across the table, Baxter joined you with a soft laugh of his own. Meanwhile, Cove seemed oblivious to your amusement. You figured he was too lost in imagining delicious cakes to notice what was happening around him. He's so cute. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams into a reality. The agency had worked with suppliers of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries that they recommended for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Together you reviewed the websites for all the potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips of what to keep in mind when it came specifically to commissioning wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange a meeting so you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked perfectly for both you and Cove. That brought you to the end of the meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, the scheduling, briefing them on your basic requirements had taken up all the remaining time you had with Baxter for today. The three of you rose from your seats one after the other.
Goodbye for today.
It's been great to see you. Yeah, I can't believe next time we see you we'll have our wedding cake picked out. Right, if everything goes to plan. Of course, I'm sure you'll have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide on. Though I won't be there in person, you can always text me if you want advice during the process. I'm not trying to trust your taste. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Cove's gonna be on top of this. We're gonna do that one. Cove puffed his chest out proudly. Thank you, June. He waved goodbye to you and Cove. He waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for the day. Oh, it's so cute. Oh, I don't know what those things in the basket. Oh, they're muffins. They look tasty. The light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cove stepped inside. You were immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses even before you'd taken a single bite. Decked out in pretty shades of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cove closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. It was a soft air of cakes and pastries baking in the oven, tinged with the warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. The display case was full of the daily selection of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricate specialty cakes to more rustic, homey brownies and cupcakes. Usually those kind of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You're entirely focused on the even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. He waved beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell his anticipation by the way he kept a close watch on the kitchen door as he waited for an employee to come greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he'd visited a bakery, where he'd have rushed over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. He is just too precious. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew that he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. We'll have to get him a cake before we leave, or a cupcake or something, some sort of treat. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon the door of the kitchen swung open, and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. As they approached, you saw that the name on the tag As they approached, you saw that the name on their tag said Xavier, with a little purple button pinned onto one of the strap aprons with the words they then printed in black letters. Nice. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have sworn it had come fresh from the oven. Hello, thanks for coming by Zake. That's cute. Is there anything I can get for you? Hi, Cove paused, pointing first to himself and then at you as he spoke. We're Cove and Jun. We got an appointment here. His voice, which had started out measured and even, became hushed as the thrill of what you were here to do started to get to Cove. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, devolving into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married. He's too cute. Cove of silk for days, so I skipped out of the spot part. I'll do thank you for making the time for us. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course, welcome Jun and Cove, our two grooms. Cove preened ever so slightly at those last words, his chin jutting out with confidence. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be working with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right there in front, and we can start talking options. They gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats. As you sat down, your stomach somersaulted. You're really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that would be served at your wedding. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin had made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone in feeling that way comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life. Cove beamed back at you. The baker had taken a detour over to the back shelf, where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. Nope, that's not what it said. I went over the info our baking assistant took when the appointment was arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get to it, starting with the size of the cake. How big do you want it? We can go as big as 5 tiers high.
Maybe.
2 or 3 maybe? Cove tilted his head to the side as he looked to you for input. Probably 3. 3 seems good. 3 is a good number. Cool. Seeing as you'd reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down in the binder. 3-tier cake it is. They glanced up from the binder, smiling. That will give us a lot to work with. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of direction you'd want us to aim for in the overall style? Cove pursed his lips, stumped by the question. Artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Though you'd reviewed ideas for decorations and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. You took it from there and said, beachy. Yes. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind? Again, Cove fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called on in the classroom. Even though it was just the 3 of you and he had no chance of hiding, you could swear that he was shrinking lower in his seat, as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cove before he slipped under the table. You spoke up and said, So a beachy theme. Rainbow is actually tempting. But as are both bright tones and dark shades, I'm kind of liking the rainbow though. Beachy rainbow cake? That sounds fun. Gorgeous, I've got you. Xavier looked up from the binder. Right, so we're going for a 3-tiered rainbow cake that's beachy. Sounds right. You can picture the cake clearly now. It was just what you wanted. Yeah, that's right. Cove, who was staring at you like you'd save him from a life or death situation, rather than answering a couple simple questions in a pleasant bakery, gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. They got up and made their way into the kitchen. The fun part? Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. He peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove X-ray vision, but that was just fine, as you weren't kept in suspense for long. Xavier quickly returned with a large covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling in anticipation. Careful, coming through. They lowered the heavy platter onto the table, where it clattered against the hard surface as it settled. Oh, cake! I want cake. Oh. Num num num. Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of little cake slices with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. The beautiful array of colors and breadth of the selection made for a wonderfully presented array of treats. Cove gaped, wowed by the revelation.
Oh!
We get to try samples? Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given just how much enthusiasm Cove had, you'd bet there weren't many previous groom suit responses could compare. You do. They pointed out the tray and began talking you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So we've got a few cake flavors for you today: vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. They moved over to the frosting and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, mocha buttercream. Oh. Over here we've got chocolatey and fruity fillings, though the insides can simply contain more frosting if you'd prefer. Having talked you through the samples, they straightened up. These are some of our most popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order forms. They have a lot of options! As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheet and presented you with one each. All the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever parts look appealing, or you can have everything on the platter if you got the stomach for it. Cove does. He'll definitely eat all of it. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Knowing Cove, you suspected he intended to take Xavier up on the offer to sample everything. He picked up the fork provided and began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops out of the cake, frosting, and filling options in turn, moving from left to right and top to bottom. You chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you know that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample in case you wanted it too. I mean, you might as well try everything. It all looked delicious. Picking up a fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cakes, frosting, and fillings on offer. You murmured your delight to each other as you discovered new combinations and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out before you. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot that you weren't alone with Cove, but this too was by design. The baker stood approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. What do we want to do? We'll cozy up next to him. You shuffled your seat towards Cove, wanting to be close enough to rub your shoulder against him and hook your leg around his. Cove, who had just picked up another forkful laden with cake and frosting, turned to see what you were doing. That was how his hand came to collide against you. It didn't hurt, though. Oh, bleh. It didn't hurt, though you were now sporting some of the frosting which had previously sat on the fork.
Sorry.
Cove grabbed a napkin and hurriedly wiped the frosting off, taking care to remove all the marks of the encounter. Don't worry, I'm alright. That's good. He scrutinized the spot where the frosting had once been. Once he was satisfied that there was nothing there, he looked up at you with a playful grin. You won't report me to Baxter, right? I don't want him to cancel our wedding over this. I think I can keep quiet about this incident, since it's you, though we do have a witness. You nodded at Xavier. Cove turned to them with a gasp. Xavier chuckled at Cove's dramatics. There'll be no telling from me either. Chuckling softly, Cove shifted closer so that he could snuggle up beside you too. You tilted your head towards him without thinking, relishing the warmth of him next to you. Cove resumed eating, though now taking care to keep his fork well away from you. Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They're all so good. He cracked a grin. Hey, could we get a tier for every flavor? That's a lot of flavors. Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, we can't. At least not a single cake. I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes for your wedding. Yeah, we should just go with the one. Well, that's a cute one. It's okay, Cove. We could always get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. It would be nice to taste the experience over again, year after year, especially if you could continue to get cakes from the same bakery that had provided your wedding cake. That's actually a really cute idea. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. Now that you and Cove were experts in the bakery's cakes, it was time to figure out the details. We can do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or let you choose two sets of different flavors. What works for you? I do like the idea of multiple flavors. Different flavors for the tiers. Sounds fun. Yeah, let's do that. He lifted himself up off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forwards towards the tray and shifted to be situated on the side of the chair facing you.
So,
what's your thoughts? You don't need to stick to it forever. But were you thinking something kind of plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? He is getting so into this. It's adorable. You picked up the copy of the form to review your options again. After studying it, you carefully said something that people probably haven't had before, but is still good. I like that idea. Okay. He rested his chin in his hands as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibilities for your cake. Maybe a citrus cake with coconut buttercream and a white chocolate mousse on the inside? Oh, that sounds so good. Yum. Citrus cake with coconut buttercream and white chocolate mousse. Yes, please. Although, maybe tweak part of it. It's really nice can we tweak the part of it. Can we change the filling? Yeah. To a different filling flavor. Cove sat up straight, amazed that his idea had been a starting point for collaboration with you. Hey, it was a brilliant idea, but I think we could make it better. Yeah, I'd love you to add your own thing. When it came to inside filling, you proposed. You see, I'm thinking fruits. So we'll do citrus, coconut, and then some sort of like berry thing I think would be good. Do we want preserves or fresh berries? Let's do... or custard? I don't know, that would've worked, but I do love custard. Let's do... let's do preserves. Specifically... oh, lemon curd. Lemon curd's good. But I'm thinking strawberry? Although pineapple would work well too. I think strawberry. Citrus cake, coconut buttercream, and strawberry preserves. Oh, that sounds so good. Cove leaned back in his seat, watching you curiously as he waited to hear what you were thinking. You glanced over the form again and got started on the next tier. Think about the type of cake you wanted. You decide to suggest whatever we got. Oh, ube cake, carrot cake, matcha cake. I love matcha. Carrot cake's my favorite cake, but let's go with matcha cake. And then, okay. Oh, so many flavors. Okay, so we have matcha. Oh, cream cheese frosting is the best frosting. Matcha cake with cream cheese frosting. And then the filling. Matcha cake, cream cheese frosting. We could put custard or whipped cream. That would probably be good. Let's do more buttercream and a different flavor. I'm not sure what ube would taste like, but we're gonna do it. Cove had been nodding along with your suggestion and recapped the idea. So you're thinking of a matcha cake with cream cheese frosting and ube buttercream on the inside. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yay! Then your mouth-watering cake flavors were all set. You were sure it was going to be a hit at the wedding. I'm certainly gonna like it. That sounds delightful. Inside the cake is great. All that's left now is the cover. How should we wrap your baby up? Do you like fondant or maybe ganache? Cove shrugged. You said... I mean, fondant looks really nice, but I'm kind of meh about it. Let's do just buttercream. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled that down in the binder. Finally, what elements would you like me to include in the design and presentation of the cake? Fresh flowers, ribbons, sugar decorations. That's kind of cool. Yeah, let's do some sugar decorations. And could do some royal icing piping. Edible pearls? We could do edible pearls as like a nod to Cove's engagement ring. Sure. Edible pearls. And I think that's it. We don't need any of the other stuff. Nice and straightforward. I like it. Awesome. Awesome. We've got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words made it official. You pick out your wedding cake. You couldn't help being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was such a focal part of the party. And this one sounds absolutely delicious. I want to eat it so bad. It would be featured in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Cove out of the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. He was leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you pulled yourself back to the present. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think up the finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how it's going. So, before you go, are you wanting any other desserts on the side? Maybe cupcakes or cookies? Cookies! Or we could do something else if there's anything specific you have in mind. I like crepes. Wedding pretzels? Cinnamon rolls. Fudge. Oh, we should do fudge. Cove loves fudge. Cove's eyes grew wide at your suggestion. He looked over to Xavier hopefully. Unexpected, but not impossible. We can make you some fudge. Cove beamed with delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all to determine everything from your preferences for flavor and texture to the quantity you needed. Eventually, it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in the binder. So you're getting a 3-tiered cake with a beachy kind of feel that's multi-flavored. And you're also getting some fudge along with it. Oh, that sounds perfect. Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, you and Cove standing over it and getting ready to take the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are our desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again. His hands clasped against the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. It's gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day, and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at him. Once the final arrangements had been confirmed, you left the bakery, feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just wonderful. Cove naturally shared your optimism completely. Yay! Seriously though, I want to eat that cake. It sounds amazing. As per usual, you, Cove, and Baxter met up on another day for another session. A few lighthearted words were engaged as Baxter watched the two of you amusedly, Cove's mood still shining, and Baxter could tell.
So?
I take it the cake designing went well. Like a child who was excited to show their latest work of crayon art to their teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness. We're getting a really big one. I mean, it's not that big, but it is a decent size. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? Well, there's only one thing left. I feel like we should begin the dance sessions.
Exciting.
Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand in an exaggerated gesture. There's room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need to schedule it, of course. We need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped his finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open antsiness. Cove and I can attend lessons in the afternoon. Then June, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first sessions. Happily, there is enough vacancy in the event room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person is at their own level and will need guidance in different aspects. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner despite his jitteriness. Let's do it. He shot Cove and Baxter a pleased thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed the phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss.
Excellent.
I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked you for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or something slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied. I'm more varied than that. A recent wedding I helped with went with classical music for the first half, and then early 2010s dance music for the last half. There is no wrong answer to this. Cove shrugged and left space for you to answer. Okay. I'm not the person to ask about music stuff. I'm clueless when it comes to music. Let's see, what are our options? Classical, dance music, theatric music, pop music, traditional, alternative, rock, country, jazz, throwbacks, video game soundtracks. I wouldn't actually do that, but part of me is tempted to do that. Except because like basically all I listen to is soundtrack music. I guess theatrical music? Maybe? I mean, that could also cover kind of a range of options. Sure, we'll do theatrical music. You knew it was well suited for dancing. Baxter nodded approvingly. Cove was even more supportive of your recommendation. Cool, I think I can guess some of the songs you're hoping for.
Absolutely.
Of course. And speaking of, let's chat about your particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished, and it was time to leave for the day. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blink by the time the session rolled around. A bit after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance lesson with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lesson on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. You had heard about a new store that had opened recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to the other options, but you stalled in the snacks section. You debated buying something in order to not leave empty-handed. We'll buy a chocolate bar. Why not? You plucked a bar off the shelf and bought it. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How'd it go? Cove shifted in his seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter's kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. That's great. Well, kind of a good guy would usually be considered high praise. From Cove to Baxter, it wasn't too shabby. Baxter really must have done his best to put Cove at ease. Yeah, I'm feeling even better about all this stuff going forward. I'm glad. You finally pulled into a parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long given your own lesson. It was time to go. You looked at the grocery bag in the back seat with the snack you had bought. And we'll offer some for Cove. If you're hungry, feel free to snack. You probably needed some fuel after dancing for so long. You pointed over at the food and Cove's eyes widened at the sight. That's gonna be good. I'll see you later. Bye. Love you. Love you too. You left Cove with the car and walked with a bouncing a step to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The doors of the office building left you... Nope, that's not her. The doors of the office building let you in after a firm yank. The air was cooler than what was outside. You followed Baxter's directions from yesterday to navigate the wide halls. A left past the fire extinguisher and then right at the first set of doors. You found a set of thick glass doors. You peered into a large event room. It had to be the place. You entered the space and noticed the towers of chairs on the sides of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but for now it had been cleared for your private class. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back, where Baxter was. He raised his head and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. With the paper and an elegant fountain pen left on the counter, he strode forward to meet you in the middle of the large room. He uses a fountain pen? Well, that's a point. I love fountain pens.
Hello.
Welcome, June. I'm glad you could make it. Hey. You waved at him and smiled warmly. I hope you've been well. Yep, I'm fantastic. Excellent. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked a button. A speaker system you hadn't noticed before crackled to life. Familiar music filled the room. He must have been busy to already have the songs that you had talked about yesterday already. He tucked the remote back in his pocket and then Baxter turned his attention on you. He offered you his hand.
Well.
I'll lead, at least at first. We can switch later if you prefer. His gesture felt grandly formal. He had enough performance practice to really feel as if he'd stepped out of a fairy tale ball. You took his hand, ready to get started. His fingers linked around yours, and he put his other arm across your back. Your other hand hovered awkwardly in the air. You weren't sure where to place it. His shoulder, his back? He noticed your confusion and directed you to the proper form for a slow dance. When you were comfortable, he guided you into the steps. You watched your feet, carefully following his lead. He was a good teacher and a reliable partner for dance. It didn't take long for you to start moving to the music, following the rhythm rather than worrying about what foot went where. Baxter suddenly smirked, the twitch of his lips getting your attention immediately.
You know.
Oh, I recall that it wasn't just dance lessons I was available for, was it? I also offered to give you rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Hopefully I haven't let you down with that. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about. You laughed, clear and bright. I think I'll be alright. We have our own cars now. You were impressed you still remembered, but then again, you also remembered it. It had been a particularly memorable summer all those years ago. Being firmly in the flow, the discussion died down. The only exchange was the music and the sound of your shoes on the sleek floor in time with each other's. We'll ask if he still dances often.
No.
I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. I do it for weddings, if the couple would like me to assist. He gazed into the distance, somewhere else for a heartbeat. Then he came back to you and smiled. I still love dance, clearly. He wiggled his eyebrows and put emphasis on his movements. You had to admit that he appeared happy enough during the session. There just isn't room for everything. I imagine that you've dealt with similar situations in your adult life. I see.
Thanks.
Thanks for giving me an excuse to make time for a dance. Yeah, nodded. Baxter led you to the left, and it was back to... I lost what I was doing. Baxter led you to the left, and was back to said excuse to dance. I'll just focus on your movements. We don't need to fill the time with idle chatter. We're learning how to dance. The acoustics of the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume, and despite the tile flooring, the tapping of your steps didn't echo distractedly off the walls. You both continued to dance as the song cycled through and back. Thoughts played in your mind about the surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter again after all these years without contact. However, that was secondary to your goal of dancing well in your upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you'd be doing this with your husband. Aww. Okay, switch it up. You asked to lead. Can I lead now? I was about to suggest that, but if you want to give it a try. You both rearranged your positions, and you were off across the floor. It was different from following Baxter, but it didn't take long for you to rediscover the right tempo. By the end of the session, night had fallen. You said goodbye to Baxter, and Cove came to pick you up in the car. You mirrored his actions from earlier in the day, climbing into the passenger seat and clicking in your seatbelt. He took the opportunity to copy you as well. So, how'd it go? The amused sparkle in his eyes let you know that using your words was completely and utterly intentional. I'll go with it was fine. You appreciated the session, but it was not something that you would want to make a habit of. Also, did I thank you for buying me a snack earlier? It was good. You're welcome. I hope there's some left. You craned your neck around to inspect the back seat. You saw an additional sack, and Cove laughed. Don't worry, I didn't eat everything. I bought some drinks to go with them. I thought they'd be nice for a post-dance pickup. Cove better know how much you loved him, especially in moments like this. With the day's arrangements taken care of, Cove pulled out of the empty lot and started driving away. Next time you were scheduled to come by, it would be for the usual kind of office visit, no dancing required. You highly anticipated getting back to the other aspects of wedding planning. No footwork, just working on making your wedding to Cove perfect. When you arrived for your session When you arrived for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a steady rhythm. It seemed the lesson from the day before, or it seems the lessons from the day before were still on his mind. Hey, yeah. Hi.
Good afternoon.
So nice to see you again. With all the work, planning, and effort, with all the work, planning, and effort, a thing in the past, you're having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situate yourselves on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from nervousness so badly, the bend of his knees was like the snap of two branches. He nearly fell into the couch. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with a natural ease. Well, then this is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? Yes? Yeah, after how many meetings and appointments we went through, definitely. Cove didn't react whatsoever, not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hand along the inside edge of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face.
To be honest,
In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make certain it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove, until it cracked. Your husband replied in a small voice. Thank you. Wow, thanks. Now, having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back into work mode. He touched the tips of his fingers to a pile of papers on the desk to his side. I've got the details for the hotel for you here. I was able to book 2 standard single bedrooms for both of you to get ready in. The hotel is minutes from the ceremony venue, so you don't need to make a trip out there the morning of.
Not bad.
Thanks, Baxter. You're good at this. Cove's admittance was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. You remember how hard of a time the two of you had at getting a room when you had come into Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against his chair's armrest and propped his head up against the sand.
glad to hear it.
I do strive to be, I'm glad to hear that. I do strive to be. He continued to relax, following up his prior motion with the cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your great patience with the series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I'd like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow a tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the wedding, so it's a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically, though communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever and stay with one another. This time Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in.
I don't know.
I mean, I didn't have plans to be away from June. You know, I like being around him when that's an option. But I guess maybe we could do that if it's a special thing for weddings. You look so sad though. He laughed breathily and sent Baxter a question of his own. Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now?
Never.
Oh, okay. Good people shouldn't make fun of him for that. You had to laugh at Cove calling himself out for that. I mean, his clinginess is kind of adorable. We'll encourage it. Good. People should make fun of him for that. And in disbelief, Cove's eyes bounced back and forth between you and your planner. He was able to express his want to always be around you, and no one in the room had given him a hard time for it. Cove absolutely beamed at that revelation. It was a pre-wedding miracle. You were charmed by both his overt affection for you and how cute he generally was. But you made an effort to not be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. I don't know, these are all good options. I mean, the separation would make it kind of more special when you meet back up. And it's only for like one night or one day. It's not that long. So maybe we'll do the middle ground. Cove, would you mind staying in a separate hotel room, but we can talk over the phone? Yeah, let's go with that one. Don't want complete disconnect, especially considering how easily flustered and nervous Cove can get. So we'll do, yeah, would you mind staying in a separate hotel room? We can talk over the phone. Yes, definitely. Call me. I'm glad you asked, because, yeah, I'm a little clingy. Just a little. Cove shuffled the balls of his feet against the carpet, all the while glancing over at you bashfully. You held on to a sweet gaze as long as you could. You're going to have to go with You held on to a sweet gaze as long as you could. You're going to have to go without it for a while soon. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot in the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. Aww. Not trying to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice.
Perfect.
Very good. Everything is settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over final details and the whole plan step by step. Baxter wanted to make sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing anecdotes of past weddings he'd planned. Some highlighted actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were one in a million debacles. The most unbelievable was the story of a particular orchard ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, seating, and a wooden arch at the end. He was looking on in a final survey, trying for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through. The driver was unharmed when he got the truck to stop, and the couple were still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement, but Baxter distantly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed wedding and then having it flattened back to the ground in the blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there'd be any reason a fruit truck might be at your venue. You were pretty sure there wasn't. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. I reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. Then goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon, like there had been every time you'd visited. However, when you left the office, you had to wonder if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you would return someday if you and Cove decided to renew your vows and needed a planner again. Yeah, or maybe you could visit just as friends and not as customers. Under a wide, starry sky, you and Cove hopped into his car to head back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the click of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was a silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from minutes ago had come along with you. Cove's expression was pensive as he rounded the curb and got the car out onto the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from the wheels rolling across tarmac. That was the only word he managed to articulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now I have a lot going in my head. You probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happened, all of this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took in a deep breath through his nose, allowing his fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Pretend this didn't happen. We'll do I can wait for you. Thanks. You're always nice to me. That warmed you up inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there's a lot of other things I'm thinking about too. Like the fact that after already being married this whole time, we're really having a wedding. Unbelievable. Let's see, it can't happen soon enough. This is amazing, or I love you. We'll go with it can't happen soon enough. Twisting in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your husband as he continued to drive ahead. The two of you were moving forward, full of hope and anticipation for the near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to celebrate the love of your life, the morning of your wedding arrived. It was a realization that hit you as you laid in a dark hotel room. You were fully awake and full of excitement. Or you were awake and feeling peaceful. Although actually, before we do this, we're gonna take another quick ad break because we've been streaming for an hour. And I need to go grab something anyways. So we're gonna take another quick break. And then we'll start on the actual wedding day. Let's go. So yeah, feel free, get up, get some food, get some water, or stay here and hang out. We'll take a quick ad break and then be back in a few minutes. We're back, and we are gonna do fully awake and full of excitement. You weren't able to tell exactly how long you'd been up at that point. You rolled over to check the time. Sat on the side table next to the bed was the stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. It was time to get up, at least if you didn't want to be late, or to show up at your wedding in pajamas. And thinking of that, it struck you that Cove had to have gotten up as well, if he hadn't woken up even earlier. Reaching over to the table, you got hold of your phone. Clicking it in showed a string of new messages. It wasn't hard to guess why people might have things they wanted to say to you on that particular day, but one name on the list caught your attention over all the others. Cove. He'd messaged you. You opened your chat with him instantly and read each individual text. I'm awake. I want to call you, but I don't want to wake you up if you're asleep. Aw. It's important to have a good night's sleep, especially now. And all the time. You can call me when you want to. I love you. Aww. You started grinning before you'd even finished the set, and by the end your heart had started pounding painfully. Cove brought you joy so effortlessly. Aw, that's so precious. You tapped at the screen to switch from messages to his contact page, clicking to call. There was already an answer the moment you lifted the phone to your ear. Hello, June? Yes, hi. Oh, cool. His tone grew softer, and you pressed the phone closer to your ear. Congratulations on your wedding. Aw, that's so cute. We'll say it back. Congratulations on your wedding. He chimed back happily. Thank you. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But then Cove gave a deep sigh. The gentle voice turned to a distant whisper. It's almost time. He brought some levity back to his tone with a joking question. Would it be wrong to say I'd rather go see you instead of get ready? I mean, it's not wrong to say, but you probably should do that. You kinda need to get ready. I love when I say something and then the next option is like exactly what I say. Not to say, but you should actually do it. Yeah, I'll do that. Not to say, but you should actually do it. That got a laugh from Cove. I'll stay here. After making a declaration to be responsible, he stalled there. Alright. Yeah. Cove's yeah wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill the space, to buy time while he sorted his thoughts. We're having a wedding. We'll have a ceremony and a reception, and everyone will be there. The gravity of the occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. My stomach hurts. Cove? You weren't able to say another word before he sucked in an audible breath. I have to go. Right now. I'm getting nervous. It's gonna get worse. But I want to do this more than anything else. Your heart went out to the man you loved. You knew how these events were a struggle for him. There was a gasp as he finally let out the air he'd been holding in. Bye. I love you. We go with, it'll all be okay. You can do it. Or I love you too. Or see you soon. We'll go with you can do it. Thanks, you too. Without letting his determination last, Cove ended the call. As short of an exchange as it was, Hearing his voice had been such a nice way to start the day. You knew you'd made the right choice to not fully separate. You sprung off the mattress onto your feet and got into action. You had places to be and people to see. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you went right over to admire the outfit. It was fantastic. The day was fantastic. Everything was fantastic. You could barely contain yourself. From there, you went into the bathroom to brush your teeth and shower before anything else. Once clean and dry and half-dressed, you went back out into the main space of the hotel room. You carefully took your shirt off the hanger. Let's see. Are we doing our own hair or getting someone else to do my hair? We'll do, it's a special day. We'll have a stylist do our hair. So you're gonna have to get dressed yourself, but you had a stylist come in to do your hair. And yeah, we don't need makeup, so we'll just do that. It wasn't gonna be much longer until they were supposed to arrive. You had to make sure you stayed on task. You needed to be ready on time. During the flurry of preparations, the stylist arrived. You used the landline to call down to the lobby so the stylist could get permission to come up and join you in your room. You got yourself tucked, zipped, and buttoned into your stylish shirt and pants when a series of rapid but not especially loud knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come to the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other main option, you thought as you went over to answer the door. Hey, it's Baxter. There on the other side was your partner in the wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he'd reverted back to his teenage self. It was all black. But you were aware that the staff would be dressed top to bottom in dark shades, to be recognizable to the guests as employees and not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. Hello, and a very good morning to you. Hi, good morning. You look incredible already, but don't fret, I won't interrupt the process longer.
How are you?
I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need? Do you have a way to speed up time? Would you happen to have a Cove on you somewhere? I'll just go with everything's good here. The curve of his smile pulled ever so slightly higher. Wonderful. Though, let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed on the wedding status. Oh? A hopeful bent came through in your tone.
Yes.
Yes, the status is, it's ready when you are. It should be off without a hitch. That was music to your ears. You were so grateful Baxter had gone to as much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well.
Take care.
I'll let you return to your preparations now. Bye, thanks for coming. The frenzied mood of wedding work swept back in with no further distractions. What do I want to do with her nails? Sure, we'll have that stylist do your nails. They're short or long. I've recently been sort of switching over to short nails recently, which is kind of weird, but it's normally I let them grow really long. But now I'm back to short nails again. Let's do short. Because long nails look nice, but sometimes they're not the most practical things in the world. Honestly, the reason I first started trimming them short again is because my new keyboard has like ridges on some of the buttons, and my long nails kept getting caught on them, and it was really annoying. So long nails, they're pretty, but for practicality purpose, we're gonna go with short nails. Now for the paint, let's do solid color. Maybe pink to match Cove shirt. Like, I would never wear pink nail polish because pink is not my color, but the pink nail polish to kind of highlight the pink of his shirt, which highlights the pink of his cast when we first met. Yeah, we're gonna go with pink. You placed yourself in front of the mirror and the stylist got to work on your hair. There was a time investment, however, the look did eventually come together. The clothes and your hair were all set. To what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You grin satisfied with yourself. Yeah, you grin satisfied with yourself. And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You didn't have to wait any longer. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cove would be there when you arrived. You took a deep, steadying breath and stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way to the elevator and took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave outside the hotel lobby and exit through the front doors. Outside, you immediately spotted the rental car that was set to bring you to the poppy field. You fidgeted restlessly in your seat and settled on stretching your legs out. The corner of your mouth tugged into a smile with a light chuckle. There was at least plenty of legroom. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise when you recognized just how far you were from the poppy field. It would only be a few more minutes until everything you'd been working towards would finally come to fruition. You're somehow even more thrilled now that was truly happening. All your frantic energy was gone. Nothing felt real. You're somehow even more thrilled now that was truly happening. This was the realest that the wedding had felt so far, and your heart ecstatically pounded in your chest. You absentmindedly tapped your index fingers to the tune of the wedding march. When you realized what you were doing, a happy laugh rocked you. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said that the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over and there wasn't another second to spare. Not able to remain contained for a second longer, you exited the car, went forward, and finally took the first sight of your ceremony. Oh, it's so pretty! The field of white linen poppies, the same spot you take your most important person to in order to make him smile years ago. Oh, this really was the perfect spot. I love it. Warm rays of sun drifted down on you as floral-tinged gust of winds came out from over the expansive hills. It was so soothing. Beyond the chairs for guests was an arch bursting with leaves and flowers, as if it had sprouted from the ground itself. Everything was aglow. Even the petals of each individual poppy seemed to sparkle more than usual. June. Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule.
Good afternoon.
How good to see you again. And so soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction, casually while chuckling. You stood tall, smiling wholeheartedly, which was all you'd been able to do the entire morning. You could imagine how tired your face would be once it was over, but that was a problem for future you. Then all presence of casualness for the day left Baxter's poise. A bright fire lit up in his dark eyes.
Now,
it's showtime. Let's get into our proper positions. Guests are already being dragged to open chairs in the audience area.
does that sound alright?
please go down to the end. Please go down to the. I can't do that. Try this again. June, please go down to the end of the aisle so you can be set for your beloved to walk down the aisle to you. But you might see Cove too early if I don't catch him, so I can't dally. See you. I'll be ready for it. Good luck. I'll congratulate you when it's over. Baxter waved coyly over his shoulder as he left. Sucking in a full breath, you made your way down the aisle. You only had to hold on a little longer, then you'd get to see him. While waiting in the spotlight, footsteps, the chatter of the crowd, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. Baxter returned to hush the crowd before signaling to the band. He got out of the way, and everything went silent. It even felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting to be the one thing to interrupt. The first note was struck, and two figures came around the bend. At long last, what you'd been anticipating came to be. You saw him again, coming to you, ready to marry you. Cove Holden. Arm in arm with his mother, Cove began his walk. He was breathtaking. He was right there, with shaking legs and crystal clear blue eyes, dripping with heavy tears. Aww. We'll do you never beamed brighter. You watched as his mouth opened and closed, as if he was speaking directly to you, though he was much too far away for you to know what the words were. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of was the fact that every step he took brought him nearer to you. And on one of those strides, his knee locked and Cove stumbled. Seeing his wide-eyed expression, you barely kept yourself rooted in place, but Cove didn't fall and he didn't stop. Kira helped keep him upright and he continued heading towards you. He was committed to reaching the end of the aisle. It may not have been graceful, but to you it was beautiful. And he made it. When Cove arrived, he had to release his grip on his mom. The last piece he did on his own, the last paces he did on his own, but finally he stood face to face in front of you. Kira watched on, heartened before quietly joining with the rest of the guests. Softly, Cove's lips parted again, and finally that time you knew what it was. Your name.
June!
Aww. He lifted one hand to caress your cheek. He brought his head lower to be closer to yours, his fingers advancing further to touch the edge of your ears. Let's do... Tears of joy began to fall from your eyes. It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you made your emotions swell more. Oh, you're gonna be so pretty. A hush came over the crowd as the certified figure began to speak. It was time. The ceremony's speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but sentences faded out of focus the second they had passed. It was like being in a comfortable dream. There was a safe sense of distance from the world as your consciousness drifted around within it. What did break through to you were Cove's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palpable nervous energy that was barely swallowed down. Not one single movement went unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Cove's gaze, your attention crystallized in an instant. The certified figure had said vows. It struck Cove as well because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. You instinctively grabbed onto his wrist, pulling on his sleeves in an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the ball of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. He was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion to be embarrassed by his near fate didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if it hadn't happened, at least for Cove. The certified figure, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your certified figure into continuing. The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows, and they will share them now. Cove Holden, please begin. He took in a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up to the wedding and all the effort that it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you out loud. Cove looked into your gray eyes, searching for the words he needed. You waited, impressing as much encouragement as you could into your gaze. Finally, Cove began his vows.
June.
We met when we were 8 years old, and, well, I wanted to run away to Nevada. Somehow that summer, I moved into the neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I even made it to Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was gonna be like. How could it ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk lower into himself sheepishly and offered a goofy grin. I did still make an attempt in my child mind genius, but it was just gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of the town. You were the person I needed when I was so little and so lonely, and you still are the one I need right now. You and me are a couple of rotten eggs forever. You are so cute. Oh, yeah, that was precious. Every far-off image played out in his mind brought further joy to Cove's features. He laughed nostalgically. You'd pick my side over your own sisters, and you put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset.
Thank you.
I got to have a childhood thanks to you. Aww. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies, and everything else.
I'm so glad.
I'm still amazed how we kind of got together when we were just 13. He tugged at his collar while bouncing on his feet, the exact picture of a giddy schoolboy. You told me you liked me, and it was wonderful. But even still, when puberty happened, so many things seemed harder than before. I'm definitely glad you were around there to help me survive it all. Especially my, in hindsight, painfully obvious crush on you. That felt unbearable to me, and I bet it was probably frustrating to everyone who was watching too. I could barely manage staying next to you on a bed and sharing a smoothie with you. Thank God that hormonal nightmare didn't screw things up for me. Genuine relief came out from Cove in a sigh. But I don't know how I'm supposed to act normal when you look at me so nicely with such beautiful eyes. He began to get taken into them as he spoke, his own eyes growing hazy and his smile wobbly. Cove shook his head and forced himself out of the self-inflicted trance. That was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Luckily for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cove recalled experience after experience from those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging around our houses in the neighborhood, talk about who we were as people, playing cards, and that time there was a sudden shower. Aww. We'd stick together during parties, and you could even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as I am. As he continued to reminisce, he chuckled adorably.
Well,
And I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciate that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way.
I remember.
I can still remember how badly I wanted to be grown up as an awkward tween. Then suddenly we graduated high school, and it was really time to be an adult. Getting my first job, taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things. Just trying to figure out what I was even gonna do with my life. I was lost, and all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change, most of all you. You were my special someone. That was when I had fallen in love with you. You're the first person I was able to open up to about my sexuality when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you were the one who helped me keep it together when I was overthinking things. The speech of all that he treasured about you went on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you about anything, like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane and dredging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You let me have a taste of your food, and you always gave the best gifts. You love me even though I'm not a cool merman who would take you on a magical adventure. Oh, that's too cute. Ah.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Aw, and you lived with how long it took me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot, and I didn't do great at managing it. But I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now. Maybe.
Huh.
He had long last stopped to breathe before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. It was the happiest moment of my life when you proposed to me. Until now, anyways. I couldn't believe you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. And, well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. We're at our own wedding. It's amazing how all the pieces in the world worked out to bring us together. I'm so glad it did.
It's okay.
We made it through it all the months and months growing up, and through making this day happen. Though with how nervous I was, I think I might have worried the planner that I would convince you to elope just to get away from it all. But you breezed past the pressure like it was nothing. I love your sense of humor. You're such a charming human being. I don't want to try to imagine how many tears you've wiped away from me in all these years. You helped me have the confidence to grow into a man, and you can still make me feel like a kid again. Aww. With you, nothing ever really ends. It just begins in a new way. And basically, what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Cove wept heavily, no longer able to stay above the wave of emotions that opened himself up so fully had wrought.
I love you.
So much, June, and he futilely wiped a sleeve against his eyes. Every tear that fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how you're supposed to end them. That was adorable. Oh, you couldn't understand how sweet he was. You were touched by his words. You're absolutely stunned by Cole's vows. You giggle at the way he closed out was just like him. That is true. You struggle to keep your own feelings in check. Your eyes were glossy. Thank you, Cove. June, you may say yours. The certified figure had all but disappeared from your mind. All that you had been aware of was Cove, but that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you, and everything he'd been to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. We'll go with I adore. I adore your laugh and your smile. The awkward way you try flirting. That you're yeah, that you're so open with your emotions and how clingy you are. And yeah, and simply you in general. Let's go with I want to thank you. Remembering things about me even when that stuff wouldn't matter to anyone else. It matters a lot to me. For all the times you insisted I get the bed. And for always thinking that I was worth a gold medal. Even back when we were kids. Let's see, I promise. Let you have joint ownership of my shell collection. Oh, to always leave a window open for you. That was cute. We'll do to always leave a window open for you. And to comfort you when your anxieties make you scared. To never stop trying to make you happy. To wait as long as you need for everything. And cherish everything you've given me. And to still love you even when we both continue to grow and change. Cove's blush had crept all the way to his neck after you let yourself get carried away, listing every little detail about him that charmed you. You're my beloved gray baby. Oh, you're my precious ocean boy. That's so cute. You're my Cove's a good one too. We'll go with you're my precious ocean boy. And and you're the one I'll love for the rest of my life. Oh my god. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was murmuring, crying, and all around about to pass out again. Your certified figure nodded in content, accepting those vows as your newest sworn oath to the man who was already your husband. Cove Holden, do you take Jun Holden to be your lawful wedded husband? He let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove, shaking, dripping wet eyes stayed locked to yours. And in an adorably crackling squeak you knew so well, he answered.
I do.
It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, Jun Holden, take Cove Holden to be your lawful wedded husband? What he said? No. I'll just do I do. Cove's smile was radiant, and his tears were constant. You'd sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. And then the ring bearers stepped forward. They each held out a small box that contained a wedding band. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a focused furrow of his brow, he accepted the black ring. You gladly offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was so still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring the band towards your fingertip. He carefully slid the ring to its proper place on your finger. Your gaze locked onto it, utterly amazed. Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out to you. You held it in return, and brushed your thumb across his palm. It was your turn. With that, you retrieved the matching ring from its box. It slid on Cove's finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixating on the ring. You tenderly squeezed his hand, and Cove finally met your eyes again. He held your gaze with an electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment. And by the power vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce you husband and husband. You can now kiss. Cove's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. You threw yourself into Cove's arms to kiss passionately. Waiting even a second longer was impossible. You sprang forward like a shot and tangled yourself around him. Your husband stumbled, but was able to keep proper hold of you, as you knew he would. Your lips connected with Cove's in an urgent expression of your love for him. You returned the kiss just as needily. After your faces shifted away just a hair's breadth so you could see one another fully, his expression was wholly adoring, and you could still feel his warmth lingering. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cove's shoulder and laughed. Peeking over at Cove, you realized that he was barely paying any attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. So he gently took your hand. You interlaced your fingers with his and took a deep, steadying breath. His skin miraculously seemed to blush even redder at that. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even still clapping. Sniffling, your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you can tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. A kiss Cove on a cheek. Driven by the absolute joy of the day, your hands led up to cuff his jaw, and Cove understood what you had in mind. You pressed a big kiss to his cheek and then shared a quiet, close moment, staring up at him through your eyelashes. After leaving the ceremony in late afternoon, it was time for wedding photos. You and Cove met up with the photographer, while the other guests headed over to the reception spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter while the photographer set out to get the ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly across your cheek, and then he pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin, and you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. But you also had a feeling that was going to be one of the best shots from the lot. When the sun began to set about half an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. And so you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. Oh, it's so pretty! You and Cove entered through the main doors and into the reception space. There your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. As the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congratulations and welcome back. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room and began to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. When the path ahead cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speaking in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the melody kicked in. We're gonna do slow-paced. Cove met your eyes, as ready as he could be, and you took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. And now the couple will have their first dance. You eagerly led Cove to the dance floor, mood still sky high. Cove did his best to remember the motions that were meant to go with the rhythm of the track. His long, deliberate steps were very careful to not land anywhere near your toes. Your dance lessons were worth it. You performed beautifully and mentally said thank you to Baxter for the dance lessons. Because of that work, your dancing was perfect. With Cove's hand in yours, you both made your mark on the dance floor and gave the crowd a show. The two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Eventually, Cove was able to get in the flow. His body relaxed, and you could see the confidence slowly ease into him. Softly, he took a moment to speak to you. This is the first moment to ourselves since even before the wedding. Cove clearly was grateful for the chance to finally talk to you. You're gorgeous. Aww. No one is more lovely than you. He truly looked divine in his suit. Cove flushed a light rosy pink and beamed at you. You continued to sway with your husband. Cove sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony is over, and we can just go back to being married now. Not that the wedding is bad. That was a very loud response. He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded. He shook his head. Hey, Diamond. Welcome in. How you doing? I just kept thinking that I'd ruined something or something terrible would happen. I'm doing very well. I am enjoying this game so much. Although I've been streaming for 4 hours, I'm also ready to be done and get lunch, but I love this game, so it's all good. At this point, a truck full of apples could come through and destroy dinner, and I wouldn't care. And touch that you wouldn't get depressed over missing out on a meal. Actually, we're gonna go with that 'cause that one's funny. I'm touched that you wouldn't get depressed over missing out over a meal. You pictured him sulking, sad that he didn't get any wedding cake. Then the music reached a bridge of the song, with complex choreography. Then the music reached a bridge of the song with complex choreography. Both of you had to focus more on the dance. That stopped your conversation in its tracks. The two of you became absorbed into dancing once more, as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck, and do we end it? We'll do the dance ended in a spinning flourish. The two of you pulled each other close and twirled together. The wind blew past your face and you both started giggling like children. Aw, that's so cute. Faster and faster you spun until you ran out of breath from the joyful laughter. Cove's lips brushed over your ear. You're a really good partner. Aww. Your face felt hot, and it wasn't only from the dancing. You heard a clap that steadily transformed into wild applause. Turning to face the crowd, you looked over, your friends and family cheering. So your shyness reared its ugly head and you had to look away. Why had you invited so many people who all had to watch? You stopped inspecting the floor and caught Cove's eye. He smiled sympathetically. Cove continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and properly greet your seated guests. How's your day? My day's been good. I was a little productive this morning, and now I've been streaming for the past 4 hours. And that's my day so far. But yeah, it's been a good day. I've basically just been playing this game for 4 hours straight, which makes it a good day. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to... I read that already. Cove offered you his arm to take once more. Yeah, we'll take hold of his arm. Are they married? Yeah. We're doing the wedding DLC. I mean, technically they were like legally married already, but yes, this whole DLC that we were doing today is all about them planning their wedding, and now we are at the wedding. And it is just a very, very precious story, and I love it. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as matching pieces of puzzle. It was a hold that could not easily be broken. Physically and legally linked to the other, you and Cove went forward as one. Aww. After only a few strides, you'd arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had close family all the way around, including your mom and ma. The two had scooted their chairs closer and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, though realizing there's no reason to feel that way, Cove cleared his throat to announce you were in his presence.
Hey.
Snapping out of their private fervor, your parents turned their enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. You went between them between the two to hug from behind. Yeah, we'll do that. You went between them to give the two a hug from behind. The two leaned into your shoulders, returning the embrace. After keeping hold long enough to be warmed by their shared body heat, you let go in order to stand up straight.
Hello.
Kiddos, it's great to finally get to talk to you today. Ma folded her hands together on the table daintily and followed Mom with her own greeting. Congratulations to you both. It's so good to see you today. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
The ceremony was beautiful. You sure nailed the theming with that venue. Absolutely incredible. All the effort paid off then. Young people actually discussed the wedding as a real event. Cove became tongue-tied. Your mom watched over the both of you, with a gaze doting as it was knowing.
Have fun.
Have fun greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Yeah, we still gotta try the food while you're busy with your big day. Yeah, I'll just say I love you. Thanks again, moms. Oh, that's so cute. Ma's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the restraint she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loudly. Ma attempted not to spook Cove after his tepid attempt to use the new title. Mom had no qualms saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got upgraded. It's about time. Pam. Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet and his near-constant flush from the day reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your pants a wave as you stuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. Your and Cove's moms took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together celebratorily. To Jun and Cove. As matching images of each other, they sipped the drink in good cheer. Located at the same table were Cove's parents. They were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cove had eyes on him. I still am not a fan of this look. I don't know what it is, but it is not his best look. His grin ramped up 1,000 watts.
Hey!
It's our local celebrities of the day. The wedding's been going so smoothly. Your planner is a real pro. So if there's anything an average guy like me can do for things, give me a shout. Cove brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad, and thanks. We'll just say hi. Cliff slyly winked, waving you and Cove off.
Right.
I don't have to hog you. Everyone else wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. Your very own dad beamed with joy. Of course. I don't know how I ended up with two kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed his two children proudly, with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well, actually I'll say it a little later. You'll have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready, June. Oh boy.
Come on.
Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go. We'll say you're an amazing dad. You're amazing yourself. Then finally you ran to the table's edge and reached the side where Kira sat. She was patiently sipping a steaming cup of coffee, placing it down when she noted it was time for the meet and greet with the two of you.
Hey!
Oh, she looks so pretty! Oh, that's such a nice dress. Hello, babies. I'll say
Thanks.
hi. Thanks for helping with the party stuff. Of course. Anything I can do for your special day is the top of my list. Also, that was a marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about the perfect locale for my little ocean man. I like the fish. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoe at nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cove was forever incapable of seeming like a full-grown man in front of his mom. Kira's brows bent as she looked at him adoringly. But then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy.
See you soon.
I'll see you two again soon. You should go explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, alright. We probably should do that. Bye. She froze for a split second. Her hand flew to her mouth as her gaze landed back on you. Slowly she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you'd ever seen on her face. In her gentlest tone, Kiara cooed, "Goodbye, baby." Cove was positively melting from the happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. Aww. I guess. Go with I love you. Perfect, because I love you. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the seating arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on your mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cove did. Right by was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly waiting to speak their piece, but they didn't interrupt your chat with other family. Oh, it's so pretty. But when it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down glasses of juice and put on matching curved smiles. Cove shifted on his feet embarrassedly. They didn't even need to say anything. You sighed in a teasingly long-suffering way. We're gonna do that. You sighed in a teasingly long-suffering way. The two of them were always ready for trouble. The day went by so fast. It's hard to believe it's evening, and this is the first time we're being able to talk directly.
Totally.
Totally. It's so amazing to finally get to see you. Well, I saw you before the ceremony, but now you're really here with us. You're both beautiful, and it was just touching and amazing and, perfect. Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever. Hello to you too. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you.
Aww.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
And thanks for coming to see us on your wedding tour. Go enjoy your stunning future, Jun and Cove. I love both of you. Bye. I'm so glad you're my family. That's a good one too. Yeah, we'll go with I'm so glad you're my family. The feeling's mutual. With everyone at that spot properly greeted, you and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. But Cove then stopped in place, pairing that with a half turn of his body. You could recognize the laser-focused stare on his face. He had noticed something appetizing. And it was simple to pinpoint what. On one of the nearby tables were your carefully chosen appetizers for the reception. Without need to be prompted, you went along with Cove to peruse the spread. Oh, now they're gonna make me hungry again. Cove plucked one of the hot morsels and stuffed it whole in his mouth, and he made sure to grab a second to take with as well. We tried one. The two of you munched on the little delights, enjoying the much-needed pit stop. The food was delicious. Cove swallowed the full-size bite and took a break from filling up his cheeks to smirk instead. Our appetizers are way better than the ones at the Cypress's fancy party. You were so right. Cove snickered, but left the topic there. The last appetizer Cove picked out disappeared behind his lips. Then he instinctively shifted his fingers to his pant leg before stopping himself. Being on his best behavior, Cove instead borrowed a napkin from off the table to clean his hands. You polished up your snacks shortly after, and for once followed Cove's example for tidying yourself. Your arms were linked as they had been before. Then you ended that interlude to get right back into the thick of the party. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly. Hi, everybody. That pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. Then the trio of buddies lifted cups full of juice and cheers to you and Cove.
What's up?
Sup, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Thanks for letting us come. Hey, congrats, you two. I'll say hello. Smiles all around greeted you back. In a tiny voice, Miranda began to fawn over you and Cove. I want to say I thought your vows were beautiful.
Yeah.
I was so emotional. Still not as much as those two, though. It touched the whole crowd, I'm sure. Cove shyly basked in the affection of his closest friends, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in the sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Come on.
Come on, dude, I wouldn't have missed it. We had to be. Cove and June are having their wedding. It's momentous. We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us if you have to go do important groom stuff. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important groom stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. We'll see you later, though.
Bye.
Congratulations again. I hope we'll always be friends.
See you later.
Safe travels? We're just going around the room. Enjoy yourselves. I got really lucky getting to know the both of you. It was a sweet, earnest declaration that was immediately followed up by a rushed addition. But that isn't a goodbye. I'm not going anywhere. I've gotten that time management thing under control. You better invite me and Cove to your wedding if you have any. Say thank you for everything. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Jude. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went right along with him. Table to table, you continued to greet each attendee of your wedding. From family who flew from Hawaii to be there, to those who lived right by your place, you appreciated everyone who took the time to come celebrate this day. There was so much love to go around. Every conversation was just as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed out throughout the space, amplified by a microphone. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of June and Cove Holden. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and over in the seating area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to dance more with Cove. The moment you'd been waiting for had arrived at last. Finally, you could dance with Cove without feeling the weight of countless eyes on you. There were people who cared about you all around, but you didn't feel any guilt over your choice to focus on your special someone. After all, if there was any day where your friends and family would understand you prioritizing time with him over them, it would be your wedding. You seized his hand and pulled him to the dance floor. Cove was just as excited as you and matched your pace easily. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action must have helped them to work up an appetite, as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seats at the head table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly. reaching over for the napkin-wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. A waitress clad in black from top to bottom came to stand across from you. She had a frosty pitcher of water in her hands. While setting that down at a spot on the tabletop between you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. "Can I get you anything else to drink? Could I have some orange juice, please? And I want... what do I want? Oh, what did I do? I went backwards. Let's go with a glass of wine. Like, I don't drink wine often, but I don't know. They fit special occasions. I've got it. I'll get that right to you. You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At that same time, more servers began pouring into the space, coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables, collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest to you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. When the plates were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeal. When the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out oohs and ahs about how amazing it looked and the generous portion size. You even heard mention of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone became immersed in their food. Boy, this is really mean to read when you need food. I'm so hungry. It was quite the hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meal while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strode up to the side counter. Baxter strolled up to a side counter set on the opposite end of the head table. You had perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he'd used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement. Good evening. From the staff and I'd like to thank you all for being such lovely guests to serve. We hope you've enjoyed your dinner. Now, Jun and Cove Holden had arranged for a few speakers to come up and give their congratulations in order to mark this very special occasion. Please pause your conversation and give them your attention at this time. He didn't hog the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. You watched a furrow grow deeper into his brows. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air to where you sat. Congratulations once more, my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, This wedding feels like a dream, as much as my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side, towards the other guests, and began a formal speech.
Well?
Our June has been a joy to our family's lives. and everyone else's who's met him since the day we were brought together. But watching how he's grown with Cove has been special. The way June treasured the little scuffed crab keychain Cove had bought for him, even using it as a cell phone chime as soon as he got one. Seeing how sweetly they shared their treats together when they could, even if the desserts were exactly the same. Cove's nervousness over attending a formal party, but doing it anyways because it was with June. There was the one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take June on charming trips for no special reason at all. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. When June walked through the door at only 18 to announce that he had proposed to his beloved Cove on the Poppy Hill, I thought Pam would faint, and maybe Lizzie too. But he knew what he was doing, and I believed him then. And I could keep going. There's so many memories. June can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else, when he wasn't the one causing them. Happy tears, of course. It was beautiful and still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived.
I love you.
I can only hope you'll be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love you both very much. Your husband's eyes had already begun misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove developed deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he did had an impact. She slipped the mic in its proper place, brushed at her bangs, and walked to her seat again on light steps. Your mom brushed down her dress as she stood and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand on the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it, doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoed out, and your mom was satisfied with that. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for coming today, and for all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're gonna pack it all up to get it to their place, but we'll make it work. Where there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Well, June, Cove, our families went through a ride with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You were attached to the hip as soon as you met, and have been ever since. You even ran away together that very first summer you met. You were only 8. But at the end of it all, I think you're both good influences on the other. Or at the very least, you've made one another very happy. That's good enough in my mind. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat June well. Wow, try that again. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat June well to heart, huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically. It didn't do anything to hide the color burning in his face. And you know, I'm sure things will work out because of how much you have in common. Like your genders, same as me and Lonnie. Mom snorted and laughed at her own line. She waved that away with her free hand, wanting to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech.
Love you.
I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't ever forget that your ma and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cove throughout. He was mostly amused over her penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaky with emotion. He really had come to love your mom. With a quite pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to her spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker's stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, evening out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of the mic when she did take hold of it. She didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know it. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin her speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Jun's older sister, so one of the very few people who have been around him for longer than his husband. She was smirking already, 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked the hand without the mic in a non-committal half shrug. But honestly, June, if I'd realized you were marrying that new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disavow you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend right? Certainly not, even if I did joke about it happening. Hey! Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things, but things being said continued on regardless of his objection. And yet here we are, at your wedding to a very crybaby.
Unreal.
Unbelievable. Exasperated at Liz's angle for a congratulations speech, Cove slunk lower in his seat, took his drink in both hands, and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. That's adorable. Her head slowly shook, the ends of eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly anymore. But with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there. Even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes up about this meaning I'm done teasing you about it, but for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of June since he caught them. Aww.
Thank you.
It brings peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares for him as deeply as he deserves to be. Aww. He didn't have another comment then. Liz's grin widened, as if she knew exactly the reaction she'd been getting. Congratulations to my good old baby brother and his special boy. Love you. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you, as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liz had made Cove smile, and his wide eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to her chair, fully satisfied. Terry jumped to his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other. I met Cove and June in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everybody, but I could tell they were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we've kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened. He tapped a finger against the tabletop in time with every specific he mentioned. Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and things about us not being what other people thought they were. Also, we lived through that one summer when it wasn't just the four of us. Sometimes the five of us. Right, my pal Baxter? He brought the mic even closer to his grinning mouth for emphasis and dramatically pointed off to the side. Now we're all here again. You probably had him planned for that. And he was right. Having been quietly discussing next step with a server, Baxter's mouth hung open mid-word. Suddenly being brought into focus outside his expertly laid schedule knocked him completely off rhythm. Cove barked a gratified laugh, equally as shocked but far more amused. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound, his mouth finally closed into a wry smile. It seemed Terry brought the gift of teasing someone other than you or Cove. And it was more than welcome offer as far as Cove was concerned, especially since it was taken in good spirits. There was something remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group's merrymaking, the same way as anyone else. Terry nodded knowingly, then casually transitioned to his main point. And I guarantee our friendship is going to stay on track. No matter what, there's no one who could take your place. From me to you, and from you two to each other. Good work tying the knot, your catches. Terry left his speech and the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand out to wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big, friendly wave in return. His eyes were glossy. As soon as Terry hit his chair again, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kira pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, "I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now." The unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling throughout the crowd.
Any whoosies?
Hey, whoosies! That's such a funny word. Kira continued with a wink and a smile. It was a treat getting to meet Jun in person for the first time. I already felt like I knew him thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about him. In a pouting whisper, Cove spoke out about the description of events. "Mom, whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird, or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like perfect white poppies on the hill in your childhood neighborhood. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars that I got to be the mom to such an amazing boy." And June, the buoyant tone of Kira's words faded into something softer, sweeter. "I'd like to thank you personally for helping my baby make himself a home again. I'm truly grateful for that." There was a sniffling at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously, needing to do something. "Mom, congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too." It didn't matter that she couldn't hear, she knew. Kira used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing the mic on its stand with the other hand. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Cove gently, and then Kira strode back to her table. Cliff leaned over toward her and gave 2 thumbs up for that speech. His zealousness made Kira cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment. And then Cliff raised him out of his seat. "The most contentious figure in your husband's early life, who grew to become one of his closest relationships." Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker's stand, but his fingers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts, or his emotions, or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and as he lifted the mic up higher, a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes.
Hey.
"Hey, Sport. Hi, Jude. Hi, Dad." Cove's reply was barely audible. He might not have realized he'd done it. Cove's irises were shaky as he looked ahead intently. "Well," Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further away to something in the past that was long gone. "I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird, when I met June. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all really, as you'll soon be able to tell." He chuckled weakly over the self-derisive comment. It didn't do much to lighten anyone's mood, including his own. He remained wistful. "I was sitting around on a curb when June strolled up the road, heading home. I knew of him. I'd met Pamela and Nalani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me." Cliff shook his head, trying not to get too lost in his complicated mess of thoughts on those times. "But that's not the point. What matters is that I'd heard June was their 8-year-old. Try that again. That's not the point. What matters is I'd heard June was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that June was the only one that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers." He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was fresh. And speaking of, did I mention it was the start of summer break when we moved? What was my little boy going to do now that I dragged him out there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy. There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. At that moment, everything was going wrong. It felt like a dead end no matter which way I went, and I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't June. In one more valiant effort to try not to make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. So I offered June $20 to be his friend. It's just funny to me. The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having to stay solid. Maybe that's not the word. What I'm saying is that all my worries and regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy, I know it now. But somehow it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him. And not anyone better for or not anyone better for him anyway. Nobody else in this world who can be there for Cove the way he can. The sentence remained unfinished. As much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the floor. His delicate words continued to be shared with a full gathering of people thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son. That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out why me and Kier divorced, he was there. June was there when the plan was just to go jet skiing. Then, when that emotional bomb happened, he was still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone who was ready to go with you.
I'm so glad.
You had someone who supported you in ways I never could. It was just what I hoped for. I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directly to you. You're an amazing person, June. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff's stance pulled together, tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met with the far brighter blue eyes of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've done in my entire life. And getting that condo on that street was the luckiest card I ever drew. I ever drew. I bet you two would have found each other with or without that eventually. But because of it, my kid got to grow up right next to the person who could make him the happiest. I can't ask for more than that. And June, you did need a dad with that. And June, you did need a dad with what great moms you've got. But I'm also so thankful I still get to be yours. Aww. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got. Tears streaked down Cove's face freely. He didn't fight their falling. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misty-eyed himself. He reached to wipe his cheeks, completely forgetting that there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to the two of you, and stepped away. He was then able to rub at the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to his spot. When he was seated, Kier reached over to give his back a pat. He had done good. Cove's breath was shaky, taking in everything, a weepy smile reappearing on his face. The more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned against your side, pulling at the tablecloth and burrowing his face into your shoulder. Aww. You chuckle feeling good, or go with your eyes were glossy. you tucked your face into Cove's hair. The two of you curled up together in a lopsided oval. It might have been a little silly to try hiding when where everything in the event was pointing right to you, but you did anyways. When the voice was amplified out across the whole space once more, it was expectedly your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again and announcing the closing of the speeches. But rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strode up to your table with the device in hand. Before we shut this off for the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh, Cove lifted his teary face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. We'll say I think I'll be fine with just Cove speaking. It was too much pressure to address the entire crowd, and you were confident that your husband could get the feelings across for the both of you.
Of course.
Here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the others to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. His murmur crackled uncomfortably loud, and Cove's arm swung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced before much more cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both hands, and his gaze dropped to the ground.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Really, seriously, His eyes closed completely as he paused to bite his lips. So glad to be here. And all those things you said were... There's a cracking strain to Cove's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with a dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapidly stuttered as it was, what he meant to express came through to you and the rest of the people there to hear. Cove's earnest affection. In a fumbling shove that screeched out even more unintelligible feedback, Cove returned the mic to Baxter. His now free hands moved to cover his mouth. And that brought the speeches to their last sentimental though ear-piercing note. Applause erupted from table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly.
Perfect.
He took the microphone back with him as he rejoined the other staff, members in order to give you and Cove some space to yourselves. When the clapping subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time. But eventually the happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. The evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished their main courses, and the dishes had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. People were waiting eagerly for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrating anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers returned to bestow the extra treats to your guests. Truly delightful trays of fancily plated fudge slices were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. The dishes had been carefully selected to match your color scheme. Mom grabbed Ma's arms as she saw what was coming, pointing at the plates with excitement. Ma gasped. The two of them oohed and awed as the tray was set down on the table. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take the center stage. Sat on a center table was your fully realized creation, a 3-tiered, beachy-style rainbow masterpiece. You're pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. It's so charming, and the little details are beautifully done. Kia's voice rang out sweetly as she gazed at the cake.
Fantastic.
That's perfect. Miranda cheered, her eyes sparkling with delight. A rainbow? Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. The two of you took hold of the handle, hand over hand, so that you can make the incision as a team. Together, you hover the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut. But just almost. And your guests were waiting for their portion of the delicious cake. Carefully, so as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. The server produced a plate, ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness in the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the piece and transferred it to the waiting plate. The first slice was done. I really want cake now. That sounds good. You gazed at the neatly cut cake with pride as you set down the knife. Cove beamed. It was a lovely moment. Now you couldn't wait to share the wonderful cake with your guests. Cove let out a thrilled squeal or thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your tastes. Now at last was finally there for the eating. Yeah, you're just as eager to eat it. You weren't gonna hold back. This cake sounds so good, I want to eat it. And in short order, servings of cake were set down at each table, a neat triangular slice in front of every guest. As the crowd dug in, along came discussion of the dessert. It tastes just as nice as it looks. Given how starry-eyed Miranda had looked at the cake. Try that again. Given how starry-eyed Miranda had looked when the cake was first revealed, this was a weighty compliment indeed. I never would have thought of having a flavor profile like this, but it's great.
Nice work.
Good work coming up with it, sported June. I know, I want to eat the cake. It sounds so good. Kira agreed at once. You outdid yourselves. Cove stopped shoveling buttercream into his mouth long enough to give his own praise. Our cake is definitely something hard to find literally anywhere else. It's special, and I'll always associate this taste with just our wedding. It's even better because the cake itself is so good. It's actually amazing. You were hooked within one bite. It was just as wonderful as you'd hope, and more. The bakery had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off your slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone. Your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. Both you and Cove flagged down a waiter for more. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full-size slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to any leftovers. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with the two of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from a long day. But the lull did not last for long. Newly fueled by cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to continue in earnest. Derek, Lee, Terry, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to all the songs she knew, Liz sung along to all the songs she knew whenever an old favorite from Your Life Growing Up Together came on. Your 4 parents made their table base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks to celebrate the day. Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts as a 23-year-old adult than he was as an 8-year-old child. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best and funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Terry to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them fully developed. And many guests had been generous enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need. You'd finish opening each one and offering your thanks. Seafoam green towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a beach" were just some of your takeaways for the day. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet on simply giving cash. You'd never seen so many $20 bills in one place. Your families had a sense of humor. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Aw, that's so cute. Your husband caught a glimpse of the silent amusement on your face. His mouth curved into a smirk as he watched you. You'd bet money that he knew exactly what was on your mind. Good evening. This distinctive voice of your planet caught your attention. He approached with a polite wave.
You know?
The people you know are as... Wow, I can read. The people you know are as welcome as you are. They've treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception. Cove puffed right up in hearing Baxter compliment the people he's close to. He could easily have been mistaken for a proud parent. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly.
Well...
I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there's no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders. The day went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and leaned his torso back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally put out any fires if they do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything. Cool. Thank you for all this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brow curved, his eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. Cove's right, you did fantastic. The smile already prominent on his face warmed further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing it out in a casual, fluid motion.
You're welcome.
It's been a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was light all around, until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? Oh. He blinked rapidly as his mouth closed into a tight line before saying a full thought. Baxter always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. In a flash of memories, you were transported to your childhood bedrooms. 8 years old, your first sleepover with your now husband. In the tiny, dainty voice he used to have, Cove had asked nearly the same question to you then, if you were friends. Sweet and unsure, he'd always been the man you loved and always would be.
It's...
Well, that's your call, I'd say. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. I think we're friends. Two pairs of eyes from two very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both their features. As Baxter would say, it was settled. To solidify the friendship, Baxter offered you his hand to shake once more. And gladly reciprocated. Your hands gripped together affectionately, lifting up and down once. Next, his hand went towards Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not from a want to be self-assured, but he was actually certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it, considering, but he ultimately raised his arms and shoulders, an emotion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation to hug instead. The lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested it there comfortably. Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace amicably. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places.
I guess.
That'd be nice. I guess we'll call you? Definitely. We'd love to get together again.
Perfect.
And congratulations on your lovely day. He then quite literally bowed out, tipping one foot back and inking forward. He kept his head lifted up with that curled grin you've become so used to, featured prominently on his face. Baxter left the two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures, all in black, to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. You thought back to the very start of that special day, when Baxter promised he'd congratulate you when it was over. That gave his parting words an extra sense of finality. But it wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter would be part of your lives for as long as he was welcome in it. You believed him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling you into You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch. His torso twisted to one side as his hands rose up as high as he could get them. He was able to get satisfying reach in his arms thanks to his button shirt not being completely fitted. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of the jitters he'd carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expression as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again, before it's over. Obviously, let's go. I would love to. He smiled openly and welcomingly. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in the past, and as you were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted then, as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main seating area, out to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor had mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of the other with your second hands, taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near enough to brush against you and nuzzled his cheek against yours. Slow, calming music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept out the buzz of distant conversations still happening. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world.
So...
Well, Mr. Holden, congratulations on your successful wedding. Aww. I love hearing you call me by that name. Oh, I'm glad. I love being able to call you by it. And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He waggled his wiggly eyebrows, being intentionally silly. In that case, I'll cover my ears if anyone tries to congratulate me again. You're such a goofball, you said affectionately. He sighed softly and his shoulders lowered comfortably, but Cove slowly perked back up to attention when something struck him. So, I could just say it again when we get to the hotel room. I'd definitely be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and final with you. You for me too. I'm good with that. Aww. There's no one else I'd want to be my first and last for everything. I don't know, I can always call someone. Now we'll go with, there's no one else I'd want to be my first and last for everything. Thank you. In his glistening eyes, you could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, June. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you even more snugly and letting out a tiny, thrilled squeak. Cove seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him an encouraging smile. He chewed on the inside of his cheek as the silence grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listen through your eager eyes. June, there's something I want to say. The sentence faded out as his lips clamped up in a trembling line. He had to force it back open again. I wanted to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I love them, and thank you for doing that. Aww. Simply remembering the scene, I got the tears flowing again. He couldn't help it. I meant every word. No, I'll do thank you for yours too. He sniffled once, then twice, and then he grinned back at you. Sure, we'll do this one. Cove, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? We've got our place, our fish, each other. That makes me really happy. But is there something you want to talk about? I want to listen. No, if you have what you need, then I do too. The feeling was mutual. A life with Cove was more than you could have asked for. He was truly the perfect man to spend your life with. We'll kiss his lips. His eyelashes fluttered when your lips touched. No matter how much time passed, it still amazed him that you would kiss him. Cove kissed you back lovingly. It was so warm. But then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't only mean the wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up? I have no idea. Yeah, though his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly. I feel pretty good about getting older, not being a kid anymore, because I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adult, and I was bad at it. Liz was right on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult, kind of. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could figure that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon, you would know what the ending notes of your wedding was. The final glance, the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your head until Cove brought you back to existing in the present where you belonged.
It's nice.
I think our life is really nice. Not letting either of you get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both his hands against your shoulders with the utmost seriousness. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It can be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. That's adorable. I love you, Cove, so much. Tiny, delicate water drops pooled in the corners. Pooled in the corner of his eyes. Cove let his hand travel from shoulder up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanting to let go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me? Someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need any answer, really. I'm just grateful.
I love you.
Aww. So soft. Ah, so good. I love this game so much. That was great. Okay, and now we're definitely ending stream here because I've been streaming for 5 hours and my room is very warm and I am very hungry, but that was worth it. I love this game so much. It's so bittersweet though that it's done now, but it's so good and I love this it. Anyways, let me switch over here. Ending stream now because I desperately need to get up and go get food. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. I'll have my stream schedule for next week posted probably later today. Be a slightly different, but also the same as what it has been. Most likely, unless I change it. Anyways, so yeah, that's all from me from today. I hope you have a great rest of your day, a great weekend, and a great however long until I see you again. Until next time, bye-bye.